Chapter 1855, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Chapter 1855, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. On this day, in the heavenly Sun Mountain range 10,000 miles northeast of Thousand Sor imperial capital, it suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light, for enormous phantoms rose into the sky, extremely dazzling. They could be seen clearly within the boundary of the entire Thousand Sor imperial capital. Looking closely, these four phantoms were the extremely rare four symbols divine beasts of the heavenspan world: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The energy undulation that the four phantoms stirred up surges in tempestuous waves, practically sweeping through the boundary of the entire Thousand Sor imperial capital. It was not the Thousand Sor imperial capital itself, but the entire scope that the Thousand Sor imperial capital had jurisdiction over, including all of the imperial cities, capital cities, as well as counties. Its power could be seen at a glance. Right at this time, the four symbols' divine beasts' mouths each spewed out a ray of light, converging in the air. In the center, an old man's virtual image gradually formed. This old man is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who accidentally died in this place. My power had no successors. Casting it away is a pity. Hence, I laid down this immortal abode, hoping to find a successor to inherit my mantle. This voice spread out akin to rolling thunder. Everyone could hear it clearly. Inside Thousand Sor imperial capital, when Yi Yuan heard this voice, his entire person was akin to being thunderstruck. It turned out that the thing Dustless said that was related to them was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It's him. It's indeed him. Ha! That old man actually buried himself here. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless started laughing crazily, looking at that strapping figure that was akin to that of a G. O. D. Yi Yuan was speechless for a long time. This was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Indeed, unparalleled and overbearing. Even choosing a successor actually made it so that everyone knew about it too. Beside Yi Yuan, Lung Qiuling's pair of beautiful eyes was also swiveling nonstop. Clearly, she was very moved too. Empyrean powerhouse. In the entire heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely a nuke-level existence. One, just as how Divine Lord Realms stopped the vast majority of martial artists, Empyrean, this threshold, similarly stopped countless peerless geniuses. In the entire heavenspan world, true G-O-D powerhouses were as plentiful as oxen hair. But among them, 1 million people might not be able to produce an Empyrean powerhouse too. True G-O-D to Empyrean was an insurmountable great mountain. The entire Thousand Sor imperial capital was seething with excitement. Virtually all the martial artists were raring to have a go. There were even quite a few people who already sprinted out of the imperial capital, heading for Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Such an opportunity was hard to encounter once in 1,000,000 years. However, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. What medicine was this Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove selling in his gourd? Why, Brother Yi doesn't seem to be that interested in this opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime. Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat outside of Lung Qiuling's expectations. The inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse, that was something that everyone yearned for in their sleep, but Yi Yuan's brows were tightly locked. Even with her, Lung Qiuling's cold personality, she was somewhat moved. But Yi Yuan had a very disinterested appearance. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said, smilingly, "Of course I'm interested. It's just that I feel that it's rather fishy." Lung Qiuling's beautiful eyes moved, and she asked curiously, "Fishy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This senior said that he's looking for a successor, but he doesn't have any requirements regarding bone age, cultivation realm, talent, and whatever. Also, this senior reported his own name, like he's afraid that his enemies don't know about it. Isn't this strange? Lung Chilling was also surprised when she heard that. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, it really divulged peculiarity everywhere. Normally, when looking for a successor, one would have extremely high requirements for natural endowments. The successor of an Empyrean powerhouse was even high until it made people's scalps tingle. Thousand Sor Imperial Capital was merely a true D-level force. But their requirement for disciples also reached Lung Chilling's level. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean Peerless powerhouse. If he was really seeking a successor, how could he possibly not have any stipulations about this at all? Of course, Yi Yuan also did not say one thing. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance was practically all left behind in the Immortal Grove world. Apart from an Empyrean spirit treasure, the rest were all obtained by him. Then, what was the inheritance here? Lung Chilling's pair of beautiful eyes sized Yi Yuan up nonstop like it was her first time knowing Yi Yuan. She discovered that Yi Yuan was really an enigmatic character. His wisdom, his talent, it really made the so-called geniuses perspire with shame. Among them included herself. More than 10 years already said in a blink. Yi Yuan's realm rose rapidly and already reached peak second firmament celestial deity, while she only cultivated to middle stage fifth firmament celestial deity. Presently, if Yi Yuan fought with her again, he could already fight to a draw. This kind of improvement speed simply made people's scalps tingle. Staring at me like that, for what? Are there flowers on my face? Yi Yuan was stared at by Lung Chilling until he felt a little crept out and said smilingly. Lung Chilling smiled and said, facing an Empyrean legacy, you can still maintain such composure. I'm afraid that in the entire Thousand Sor Imperial Capital, it's also just you alone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm in thinking more when encountering things. The more tempting the thing, the more it tends to conceal danger at the back. Lung Chilling ruminated on this sentence, feeling that it was very logical. The demise of many powerhouses was because they could not resist temptation. Except facing such an inheritance, how many people could be calm? Lung Chilling looked around and discovered that each person was incomparably feverish, as if this legacy was already an item in their bags. In that case, you don't plan on getting involved in these muddied waters? Yi Yuan smiled and said, haha, this is an Empyrean legacy. How can I possibly let it go? When Lung Chilling heard that, she could not resist rolling her eyes. This guy said so much, it was equivalent to not saying anything. But she saw Yi Yuan suddenly say solemnly, Chilling, you go and tell your master. It's best to be on the alert, but don't take action first. Wait and see. This Empyrean abode is probably not that easy to enter. After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan and Lung Chilling already became good friends. As for Lung Chilling's master, he was also Thousand Sor Imperial Capital's ruler. Lung Chilling was slightly surprised, but still nodded and said, okay, I'll go and find master straight away. It's just don't know if he will listen or not. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, 10 days. You have him wait 10 days. Within 10 days, there will definitely be an unforeseen event that happens. Lung Chilling nodded slightly, turned around, and left. Master, could it be that you're going to go to that Empyrean abode? When Lung Chilling rushed to Thousand Sor Mansion, her master just happened to exit seclusion. Looking at his appearance, it looked like he was setting off. Lung Chilling secretly thought, what a close shave. A step later, and master would have left. Lung Chilling's master. Gu Tianke, 7th firmament true G, O, D Peerless powerhouse, and also Thousand Soar imperial capital's ruler. Toward Lung Qiuling, this disciple, Gu Tianke naturally regarded her with special respect. Hoo, this is a huge opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Thousand Soar imperial capital is in a favorable position. This benefit mustn't be S.N.A.T.C. head away by others. Immortal Grove's might as a 7th firmament true G. O, D. Gu Tianke could feel it distinctly. This Empyrean was absolutely not an average Empyrean powerhouse, but a high-level Empyrean powerhouse. With Gu Tianke's talent, barring no accidents, it was very hard to have another breakthrough in this lifetime. Now, such a huge lucky chance suddenly popped out. How could he not be moved? But Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, "Master, this Empyrean abode, you can't go." Yes, the word for nuclear was used. Chapter 1856. Empyrean Death. Chapter 1856. Empyrean Death can't go? Do you know what you're saying? Gu Tianke's brows furrowed, clearly somewhat unhappy. This kind of Civ lucky chance placed in front of him. Whoever stopped him would simply be like the great enmity of killing one's father. Even if the one who stopped him was his own disciple. Lung Qiuling still had an icy cold face as she said calmly, "Master, there's something fishy about this Empyrean inheritance." Lung Qiuling repeated Yi Yuan's words. Gu Tianke listened until his brows were tightly knitted. "What can that mean? Do you know what an Empyrean legacy signifies to Master?" Gu Tianke was still unmoved. The allure of an Empyrean legacy was seriously too great, especially for Gu Tianke this kind, who basically had no hopes of making any more breakthroughs. Lung Qiuling was rather anxious as she said, 10 days, just 10 days, all right?" Gu Tianke's gaze turned sharp, and he said, "This isn't your idea, right?" Lung Qiuling did not hide it either, and said, "It's Yi Yuan's." Gu Tianke's face fell, and he could not help ruminating. Yi Yuan's matters. Lung Qiuling naturally would not hide from her own master either. His true ident. Tai naturally also aroused Gu Tianke's speculations in all respects. Musing for a moment, Gu Tianke nodded and said, "All right, just 10 days. Thousand Soar imperial capital's commotion practically spread out at once. A major incident that shook the entire imperial capital. It could not be concealed even if one wanted to hide it too. From the second day onwards, the figures of many experts appeared in the vicinity of Thousand Soar imperial capital. True G, O, D powerhouses could not be casually seen, even in places like imperial capitals too. But now, inside and outside of the imperial capital, the figures of true G, O, D powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Some of their auras were very powerful, even not beneath Gu Tianke's. On the third day, Gu Tianke finally could not hold back anymore. "Master, didn't you promise me to wait 10 days? Lung Qiuling had always been keeping watch over Gu Tianke, and discovered it at the first moment. Gu Tianke said, Master can't wait anymore. Move aside." Lung Qiuling said with a stubborn face, "No way, you can't go." Gu Tianke's face fell, his figure directly vanished. Plussing before Lung Qiuling's eyes. If a 7th firmament true G, D powerhouse wanted to leave, how could Lung Qiuling stop him? Gu Tianke directly went out of Thousand Soar imperial capital with a flash. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was not considered far for true G, D powerhouses. In a few breaths of time, Gu Tianke arrived at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Sensing the powerful undulations coming from on top of the mountain, Gu Tianke felt an upsurge of emotions and even somewhat trembled agitatedly. Suddenly, he laughed in spite of himself and said, "No matter how impressive that brat is, He's also merely an initial stage celestial deity realm. What knowledge or experience can he have? This Empyrean legacy, I, Gu Tianke, am determined to get it. Finished saying, his figure leaped and was about to jump into heavenly Sun Mountain range. But right at this time, a rolling black mist came close from afar and arrived in an instant. All get further away for your father. Old Fart Immortal Grove's abode is mine, Black Fiend's. Poork, just a sentence, and it injured the seventh firmament True G, O.D. Gu Tianke. And this was even just an area of effect attack. At this time, the True G, O.D. powerhouses who were similarly concealed in the mountain range were likely all the same as him, getting injured. Fiend race Empyrean. Gu Tianke's face changed, and he cried out in shock. This black mist was clearly an Empyrean-level powerhouse of the fiend race. Gu Tianke did not expect that there would actually be an Empyrean powerhouse moving out so quickly. Furthermore, it was even a fiend race Empyrean powerhouse. Yuan Punk screwed me over. Gu Tianke smacked his thigh and said with endless remorse and vexation, if he entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range at the first moment, he would definitely be able to take the initiative. Now, even an Empyrean powerhouse had taken action. What had it got to do with him still? Hence, he wished to take apart Yi Yuan's bones right now. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered at any time. A single slip, and it would bring everlasting regret. He could only helplessly watch that black mist land onto the mountain range and lament in pity. Very soon, that black mist submerged fully into the mountain range. Gu Tianke had a look of despair. This lucky chance had nothing to do with him anymore. But right at this time, a shrill scream rose straight to the sky. That black mist previously billowed in torrents once more. Gu Tianke's face changed. When he looked again, that black mist already became dim and dark, forming a sharp contrast with that imposing momentum previously. Old Fart Immortal Grove, why are you still powerful when you've died already? That black mist wailed miserably. Ha! Fiend race dog, since you came, how can I let you escape? Die for me. A void that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life spread out. Following that, a ray of light rose to the sky from within the mountain range, directly hitting that cloud of black mist. Immediately, this world was silent. One gaze after another looked towards the sky, incredibly shocked. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse died in front of them. Just like this, Gu Tianke swallowed his saliva, discovering that he was somewhat parched. So close, if not for this fiend race Empyrean powerhouse, the one dead right now would probably be him, right? It seemed like what Yi Yuan said was right. This was totally a setup in order to draw some people over. How could the real legacy be obtained so easily? Didn't they see that even an Empyrean powerhouse was instantly one-shot? This Immortal Grove was absolutely a daunting figure even to the extreme big shots when he was alive. Carrying the mood of having survived a disaster, Gu Tianke returned to Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. When Lung Qiuling saw Gu Tianke, she also heaved a long sigh in relief. Master, are you okay? Lung Qiuling saw Gu Tianke's somewhat absent-minded appearance and could not help asking in concern. Gu Tianke glanced at Lung Qiuling and said, Master almost couldn't come back anymore. Lung Qiuling's face changed, and she said, What happened? Gu Tianke smiled bitterly and recounted the scene that happened previously, saying, This time, it was all thanks to you and Yi Yuan. If not for you guys, this old life of mine would probably be lost at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. You helped me thank Yi Yuan well. No, you call him here. I want to thank him personally. Lung Qiuling listened until she felt lingering fear too. An Empyrean powerhouse was exterminated in an instant. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Just how powerful of an existence was this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove when he was alive? Although Gu Tianke did not adhere to the 10 days deadline and ran off in advance, if not for these 2 days of delay, Gu Tianke would definitely be dead without a doubt. This Empyrean abode was clearly not what the thousand-sore imperial capital could devour alone. Already, when Yi Yuan came over, Gu Tianke thanked Yi Yuan ardently. Reaching his level, he regarded his life as the most important thing. Yi Yuan's one sentence saved his life. How could he not be moved? But when Yi Yuan heard the demise of an Empyrean, he knew that this was likely a retaliatory act of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove against his enemies. Sure enough, in the following days, thousand-sore imperial capital was amidst the winds of change, and suddenly became the vortex of a storm. Within a short half a month, there were actually 3 Empyrean powerhouses who died in heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Empyrean powerhouses, each one was a formidable existence that could make the heaven-span world tremble with a stomp of their feet. 3 actually died, all at once. As for those true deep powerhouses that no one paid attention to, no idea how many had died already. At this time, everyone finally realized that this abode was not easy to enter. Chapter 1857. Still so shameless. Chapter 1857. Still so shameless, the demise of 3 Empyreans did not stop those powerhouses from advancing wave after wave. However, the powerhouses who entered heavenly Sun Mountain Range, not one was able to return alive. A month later, finally no one dared to arbitrarily enter the heavenly Sun Mountain Range anymore. Powerhouses from everywhere started converging in thousand-sore imperial capital, discussing how to enter this Empyrean abode. A city lord said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean powerhouse from 5 million years ago. His strength had already reached an inconceivable level, and can even effortlessly annihilate Empyrean powerhouses. Another person said, In my view, it's likely difficult for us, these true D powerhouses, to enter inside. This heavenly Empyrean immortal grove has such formidable strength. There must be countless lucky chances inside this abode. Giving up just like this, who is willing? Moreover, if we can obtain heavenly Empyrean immortal groves, Tao fruit. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere within the hall immediately tensed up. Empyrean Tao fruit, who did not want? Furthermore, this was not an ordinary Empyrean Tao fruit, but a peak Empyrean Tao fruit. Among these people, it was impossible for there to be someone who could reach this level in their lifetime. Gu Tianke said, Now, someone already discovered that martial artists below celestial deity realm will be fine entering the heavenly Sun Mountain Range. There have already been true D realm martial artists who tried it before. As long as one suppresses their realm to celestial deity realm, they won't be attacked when going deep into the mountain range. But inside this heavenly Sun Mountain Range, it is still filled with dangers. I feel that we'd better cooperate with a united effort and think of a way to enter the abode first. I wonder what's everyone's opinion. Hearing Gu Tianke's words, everyone all nodded their heads in succession. Don't look at how they were all true D realm powerhouses. In front of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, they were simply no one. 1,000, 10,000 going in, it was also seeking doom. Hence, banding up together first was indeed a pretty good option. Since everyone doesn't have objections, then let's set off together 10 days later and enter the heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Gu Tianke gave the final word. After discussing, the group of true D powerhouses all dispersed, but Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord, Ji Sun, stayed behind alone. Amen. Brother Ji, looking for me. Could there be something? Gu Tianke pretended to be uncertain as he said. Ji Sun secretly cursed Sly Old Fox and said with a smile, "Hoo hoo, old pal, my heavenly water imperial capital and your thousand sore imperial capital have always been of the same breath and branch. That good-for-nothing disciple of mine, Zhuohan, has admired La S. Choling for a long time already. You think, shouldn't us, these elders, bring a romance to a happy ending?" Gu Tianke chuckled when he heard that and said, "The matters of youngsters, leave it to them to worry about it. You also know this disciple of mine, who she wants to choose as a Tao companion. That's not what I can persuade." Finished talking, Gu Tianke immediately left and did not seem to have the intention of continuing to chat. Ji Sun's brows furrowed, not understanding what medicine this Gu Tianke was selling in his gourd. In the past, Gu Tianke was still rather keen about Zhuohan and Lung Qiuling's affairs, even though Lung Qiuling's attitude had always been uninterested. But now, even Gu Tianke, this old fellow, did not seem willing anymore. As Ji Sun's favorite disciple, Zhuohan naturally came along to Thousand Sore Imperial Capital too. In reality, the true D powerhouses that came this time, quite a few brought along their juniors Civ lucky chance like an Empyrean inheritance. Even if these disciples obtained a tiny bit, it was also endlessly beneficial. Moreover, the immortal grove abode this time. It was already confirmed that only celestial deity realm and below powerhouses could enter. But at this time, Zhuohan already entered Thousand Sore Mansion himself. This junior apprentice brother. I wonder if junior apprentice sister Lung Qiuling is in Thousand Sore Mansion. Zhuohan had a refined and courteous appearance, but his words exuded haughtiness. That Thousand Sore Mansion disciple sized him up and said, "Who are you?" "The Thousand Sore Mansion doesn't allow any random person to come in." Zhuohan smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's Zhuohan. Junior apprentice sister Lung is precisely this Zhuo's fiancé. In fact, I'm not considered an outsider." Zhuohan deliberately increased his volume, like he was afraid that people did not know him. That disciple was startled when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's senior apprentice brother Zhuo. Apologies. Senior apprentice sister Lung is currently at the practicing field. I'll bring you over." Zhuohan's fame in imperial capitals was still very resounding. This disciple had clearly heard before. Furthermore, the rumors about Zhuohan and Lung Qiuling were not some secret in Thousand Sore Mansion. It seemed like City Lord His Excellency had the intention of matchmaking the two. This disciple naturally did not dare to slight him. It turns out that he's Zhuohan, indeed worthy of being Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius to actually be able to catch up to senior apprentice sister Lung's cultivation speed. Yeah, heard that the Manor Lord intends to matchmake the two. They are really a match made in heaven. However, senior apprentice sister Lung recently got rather close with a boy called Yi Yuan. This is really seldom seen. Hey, that punk is merely a second firmament celestial deity. How can he be worthy of senior apprentice sister Lung? When Zhuohan heard the surrounding disciples' discussions, he originally enjoyed it greatly. But when he heard Yi Yuan this name, his expression suddenly changed. This name was simply his nightmare. Even if several hundred years had gone by, it was still fresh in his memory too. Of course, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones too, and he had long wanted to find Yi Yuan to settle the scores. But Yi Yuan had never been heard of after he left the Heavenspan Mountain. Hence, this plan also reached a deadlock. He did not expect that he heard this name once more today. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is that punk on the Heavenspan Mountain? Impossible. That person just now said that he's second firmament celestial deity. With that punk's talent, it's impossible to cultivate so quickly. Very soon, Zhuohan dismissed this thought. He and Leng Qiuling were the same, both feeling that this Yi Yuan was not that Yi Yuan. Following that disciple, Zhuohan came to the practicing field. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were currently sparring, while Leng Qiuling was currently watching the fights by the side. Upon seeing Leng Qiuling, Zhuohan's two eyes immediately lit up, and he said in a clear voice, "Junior apprentice Sister Leng, not seeing for many years, you're indeed still so breathtakingly beautiful." Leng Qiuling turned her head. Seeing Zhuohan, her brows immediately knitted together. This guy really lingered on like a haunting ghost. "This place is Thousand Sore Mansion. What are you here for?" Leng Qiuling said coldly, but Zhuohan did not mind, and said smilingly, "Look at what Junior Apprentice Sister Leng is saying. I'm here to see my future wife. Is there a problem?" The moment these words came out, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar, all guessing this young man Zident. One tie. But Leng Qiuling's gaze turned cold, and she said frostily, "Keep talking nonsense, and be careful that I won't be courteous toward you. Now, immediately disappear from me." Zhuohan laughed and said, "Why does Junior Apprentice Sister Leng have to be like this? Master, he already went to bring up the proposal of marriage for me. You and I will tie the nuptial knot sooner or later." Leng Qiuling's expression became colder and colder, practically about to condense into ice. "Ho-hoo, so many years of not seeing. Young Master Zhuo is still so shameless. Haven't even checked your 8 characters yet. And you're putting up a front here. Be careful that it will be hard to wind up the matter. One." Right at this time, a figure appeared beside Leng Qiuling. Zhuohan focused his eyes and looked, and immediately flew into a rage. 1. It's common in Chinese culture to do feng shui fortune-telling before marriage to check whether you and potential spouse's 8 characters match. Chapter 1858. You have no chance. Chapter 1858. You have no chance, Yi Yuan. It's really you. Today you won't be so lucky. I'll see who can still save you. When Zhuohan saw Yi Yuan, anger immediately rose up in his heart, but he was also extremely shocked in his heart. Not seeing him for several hundred years, Yi Yuan actually reached peak second firmament celestial deity, like flying. This cultivation speed was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to him. Was this guy still that trash who could even break through to the Divine Lord realm? One had to know, back then when he saw Yi Yuan, he was just a grand completion origin deity. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said, smilingly, "Don't need anyone to save me. Dealing with you, do I still need others?" The moment Zhuohan heard this, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "A measly second firmament celestial deity also dares to engage in wild talk. Today I'm going to beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Upon recalling that someone said just now that Leng Qiuling and Yi Yuan were very close, Zhuohan could not help overflowing with jealousy. Old grudge and new hatred welled up together in his heart. Leng Qiuling's face turned cold, and she said, "Zhuohan, this place is Thousand Sore Mansion, not Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. It's not your turn to be unbridled." Zhuohan could not help choking when he heard that. Leng Qiuling's protective ATT, too triggered his jealousy even more. Zhuohan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, hiding behind a woman's back again, "This place just happens to be the practicing field. If you're a man, step forward and compete with me. Let Qiuling take a look at who's her man." Leng Qiuling's face got colder and colder. This Zhuohan was really too insolent to actually say such things. She did not have any feelings toward him, yet his face was extremely thick, viewing her as his exclusive chunk of meat. Zhuohan, on the account that you're a guest, I've already exercised forbearance with you time and again. Keep talking nonsense, and I won't be courteous. Lung Qiuling said. Zhuohan was still unmoved. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "Gutless coward, trash who only knows how to hide behind women." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside whether I'm a gutless coward or not the thickness of your skin, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Zhuohan sneered and said, "Manor Lord Gu is very approving of my and Qiuling's matters. Now that master has gone to him to propose a marriage alliance, this wedding is already more than half succeeded. How is my skin thick?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then do you know why I'm not 1,000 Sore Mansions disciple, but can go in and out of this place any time? Then do you know Qiuling and I are practically together from morning to night these few years? You have no chance." Zhuohan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He still thought that Yi Yuan was 1,000 Sore Mansions disciple. Zhuohan did not expect that he actually was not. Lung Qiuling's icy cold face had a rare hint of blush. Actually, she and Yi Yuan were both clear that Gu Tianke was indeed creating conditions to let the two of them get close. Yi Yuan's mysterious ident. 1. Tai had long been recognized by Gu Tianke. Otherwise, he also would not stop for 3 days and not move because of a sentence from Yi Yuan. But between them, one was cold as frost, while the other was not in the mood for romance. There had not been any progress all along. Lung Qiuling naturally knew that Yi Yuan was helping her out of her predicament, so she did not say anything and just tacitly approved of it. When Zhuohan saw this scene, a hint of foreboding premonition arose in his heart, but he did not believe it at all. Gu Tianke had always viewed him favorably. It was impossible for him to change his tune. Coupled with his ill, trius ident. 1. Tai, he and Lung Qiuling were well matched in status. Who the I do you think you are? A mere second firmament celestial deity is also worthy of Qiuling? If you have the capability, step forward like a man and compete with me. Zhuohan saw that Yi Yuan was only a second firmament celestial deity. He was certain that he did not dare to accept the challenge at all, repeatedly using those words to squeeze Yi Yuan. The surrounding 1,000 Sore Mansion disciples also all revealed disdainful looks, feeling that Yi Yuan was too unmanly. Yi Yuan and Lung Qiuling traveled as a couple all the time. All the disciples had long found it displeasing to their eyes. Lung Qiuling was the Des in their hearts, beautiful and also highly talented, but she was followed around every day by a second firmament celestial deity. They felt that it was very offensive to the eye. In their hearts, only Zhuohan, this kind of background, could match up to Lung Qiuling. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Qiuling, let's go. Let this mad dog bark here. I believe that very soon he'll know that he had no chance long ago." Lung Qiuling nodded her head, turned around, and was about to leave with Yi Yuan. She frequently sparred with Yi Yuan these few years, and naturally knew that it was not that Yi Yuan did not dare. He was just disdainful. Zhuohan was only an initial stage, 5th firmament celestial deity. He was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Speaking of which, Zhuohan's talent was actually not beneath Lung Qiuling's. But precisely because Yi Yuan caused trouble on the Heavenspan Mountain, it made Zhuohan delay his cultivation. Seeing that Lung Qiuling was so obedient, Zhuohan's fire of jealousy was practically going to burst through the barriers. He blocked the two people's path with a flash. He looked at Yi Yuan angrily as he said, "Somebody who gave birth to but N-O body to raise. You'd best stay further away from Qiuling for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born in this world. You don't take a P, I, S, S and look at the reflection too. See who the H, E, L, L, U, R, S, N, A, T, C. Hing women with me. Are you worthy? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became icy cold. He originally did not want to stoop to Zhuo Han's level, but this guy did not have any knowledge of his limits at all. His mouth was really asking for a beating, only to see his figure move, arriving at the center of the martial practicing field, and say in a cold voice, "Didn't you want to make me accept your challenge like a man? Fine, I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H." Plus, seeing this scene, Zhuo Han was not alarmed but rejoiced instead, and said with a big laugh, "Ha, that's more like a man. You rest assured. I'll teach you how to behave yourself properly." Lung Qiuling heaved a slight sigh in her heart. What was called seeking one's doom was like Zhuo Han, right? Zhuo Han's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a big laugh, "Honestly speaking, for you to be able to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it really exceeded my expectations. But ants are ants in the end. You'll never be able to understand what's called a genius." Swuz, H. Plus Zhuo Han's voice had yet to fade, and Yi Yuan's entire person already vanished. He already successfully had his fury stoked up by Zhuo Han, and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Zhuo Han did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all, and was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Smack! A clear slap echoed out. Zhuo Han's entire person was slapped flying out. This is a so-called genius. Less than even an ant. Not much strength, but spew mouthfuls of S. H, I, plus T, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was astounded. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples had never seen Yi Yuan make a move before, and had always been very disdainful towards him. However, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it astonished all of them. Zhuo Han was slapped silly by Yi Yuan's slap, and only came back to his senses after a while. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a furious roar, "Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. Today, I must tear you to shreds." Zhuo Han's words made quite a few people secretly nod their heads. Although Yi Yuan's move just now was stunning, it was still Zhuo Han who was too careless after all. A genuine frontal clash, Yi Yuan was definitely not a match. Is that so? Then this time, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Han and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's contemptuous smile deeply triggered Zhuo Han. It was only to see him grit his teeth. The world power of a first firmament celestial deity gushed out frenziedly, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1859. Naive. Chapter 1859. Naive bang. 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 On the stage, the collision sounds of streams of divine essence colliding came over. Everyone below the stage was dumbstruck with amazement. One-sided, except it was not the same as they expected. This match was completely one-sided toward Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's strange and unfathomable movement technique, Zhuo Han was being completely brutalized. Why is it like this? Zhuo Han's talent ranks at the top of the list among the various major imperial capitals, too. He's actually being abused by a second firmament celestial deity. No wonder senior apprentice sister Lung goes places together with him as a couple. It turns out that it's like this. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were all incredibly shocked. They totally did not expect that the Yi Yuan who they normally looked down on, his strength was actually so formidable. The fifth firmament celestial deity, Zhuo Han was being abused promptly, without any ambiguousness at all. If one said that previously it was Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeding, then right now, Yi Yuan was completely cruce. H.I. plussing with strength. No flass. H.I. plusness at all. Bang. Yi Yuan stomped on Zhuo Han's chest with a foot, trampling him onto the ground. He said disdainfully, "Weren't you going to teach me how to behave? Just based on your bit of strength? Without sufficient strength, you also dare to learn to look down on the world from others and view others as ants? Who gave you the courage?" The shock in Zhuo Han's heart could not use words to describe. Several hundred years ago, when he and Yi Yuan first met, he could crush the other party with just one hand. But by relying on his talent, not only did this gap not widen several hundred years later, Yi Yuan caught up from behind instead, and Serpa, as said him, this guy actually fused spatial law and Sword Dao law, his combat power off the charts. Zhuo Han's pride as a genius was utterly crushed into pieces by this foot. "Let go of me, you ignorant fool. When my master learns of this, he'll definitely waste your cultivation and make you never have a chance to rise again." Zhuo Han gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Can't beat yourself, so you bring your master out? However, your threat is really very foolish." Plus, done talking, Yi Yuan lightly tapped toward Zhuo Han's divine sea with a finger. Zhuo Han's pupils constricted, having a look of despair on his face. But right at this time, a feeling of incredible danger suddenly descended. "Lad, you dare?" "True Ji, oh, powerhouse." Yi Yuan felt the other party's strength straight away. His body was virtually frozen by this powerful pressure, unable to move at all. Although his foot was still stepping on Zhuo Han's body, this foot could not be stomped down at all. A late-stage true Ji. Oh, powerhouse was too powerful. However, he was Yi Yuan. He was the Yi Yuan who grasped spatial law. Even a true Ji. Oh, powerhouse's comprehension in terms of spatial law might not be stronger than him too. This killing intent was too piercingly cold. There was no way Yi Yuan would resign himself to death. Feeling this powerful pressure, Zhuo Han's two eyes lit up. He said in pleasant surprise, "Master!" However, Lung Qiling's face changed drastically. Wanting to take action was already too late. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly disappearing. What vanished together with him was also Zhuo Han. A figure stepped out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and anger. Spatial S, H, I, plus FT. Terrific lad. The arrival was none other than precisely Zhuo Han's master, Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's master, Ji Sun. Poor work. At the critical moment, even though Yi Yuan avoided Ji Sun's certain kill strike, he also suffered heavy injuries. The might of a true Ji. Oh, D was no joke. If it were others, they would have long been crushed into minced meat by the world power. Currently, Yi Yuan's palm was pressed on the center of Zhuo Han's back. As long as divine essence spat out, it could wreck his life force. The reason why he wanted to bring Zhuo Han to S, H, I plus FT together was to capture a hostage. Otherwise, the power of a true Ji. Oh, D, even if he unexpectedly avoided the first attack, Ji Sun's second strike would be sufficient to cause death too, and he did not have the leeway to resist at all. "Master, save me." Sensing Yi Yuan's divine essence wreaking havoc within his body, Zhuo Han was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Ji Sun's face fell, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Let go of honor. I'll leave you an intact corpse." Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury and said, "Indeed worthy of being master and apprentice, both equally stupid. You already want to kill me. Would I let him go? Do you think that I'm as mentally addled as you? Don't move. You can try if you're faster, or I'm quicker." Sensing Ji Sun's divine essence undulation, Yi Yuan immediately warned the other party. Ji Sun's face turned black, and he said, "If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of honor, I'll definitely make you regret coming into this world." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" As he said, Yi Yuan spat divine essence. Zhuo Han immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. Yi Yuan dealt his blow very aptly, directly making Zhuo Han lose his ability to resist, but did not kill him too. This was enough to frighten Ji Sun. Ji Sun's face changed, aware that he ran into a ruthless character. How could he still dare to act rashly without careful thought? "Kid, let him go. We can settle things through discussion." Ji Sun finally lowered his proud head and compromised with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What's there to discuss? You want to scam me to leave Zhuo Han, then kill me at the first moment? I have to admit, although you're at a ripe old age, you're still very naive." Ji Sun's face became black as the bottom of a wok. He discovered that this kid was too sharp. His disciple compared to him was simply a weakling. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew what he wanted to do. "What the H-E-L-I do you want?" Ji Sun said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wait." Finished saying this word, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and stopped talking. Ji Sun was taken aback, not knowing what Yi Yuan's words meant. But very soon he understood. Another extremely strong aura arrived with a howl. "Ji Sun, you're also looking down on my thousand-sore imperial capital too much." An exalted thousand-sore imperial capital powerhouse actually bullied a celestial deity realm junior. Do you still want face or not? The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Gu Tiang's words were full of rage. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, such a major incident actually happened in the Thousand-Sore Mansion. Ji Sun's brows furrowed, and he said, "This boy nearly crippled Honor. Could there be something wrong for me to want to kill him?" Gu Tiang's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, a probing look on his face. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matters earlier. Gu Tianke glared and said, "You heard it? And Master, you have to stand up for me." Zhuo Han said feebly, seeing Gu Tiang's attitude toward Yi Yuan. Ji Sun seemed to have understood something, his expression rather ugly. "Sure enough," Gu Tianke snorted coldly and said, "Zhuo Han, give up. You and Lung Qiuling, it is impossible. Also, after this incident, the two of you, master and apprentice, are not allowed to step foot in Thousand-Sore Mansion again." Zhuo Han's pupils constricted when he heard that, looking at Gu Tianke in disbelief, a doubtful look on his face. He could not figure out why Gu Tiang's attitude would unexpectedly have a 180 degrees turnaround. Suddenly, he recalled the words Yi Yuan said. It turned out that this time it was not Yi Yuan being Lung Qiuling's SHI plus ELD anymore. Gu Tianke really had the intention of matchmaking the two of them. It was laughable. He was still posing as Thousand-Sore Imperial Capital's son-in-law previously in front of the Thousand-Sore Mansion's disciples. Chapter 1860. Su Xing. Chapter 1860. Su Xing, this... Uncle Gu, shut up. Who's your uncle? Shameless thing. In the past, I saw that you still looked decent, but I didn't expect that you were actually so shameless. I only agreed to let you and Qiuling come into contact. So when did I acknowledge your marriage? You recklessly cooked up a rumor in my Thousand-Sore Mansion. Do you still have any respect for me, this city lord? Gu Tianke was boiling with rage and also filled with endless fear after the incident at the same time. If Yi Yuan died at Ji Sun's hands, the entire Thousand-Sore Imperial Capital might have to suffer an apocalyptic calamity. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was different from ordinary people and actually escaped with his life from under Ji Sun's hands. This also greatly surprised him. However, toward Zhuo Han, who he still regarded as decent in the past, He was no longer satisfied, no matter which angle he looked at him anymore. Seeing Gu Tian's enraged appearance, Zhuahan's face was akin to dead ashes. Ji, Sun, what are you still stoning for? Hurry up and bring this useless apprentice of yours and scram for me. Gu Tianke said in a deep voice. Ji Sun's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Gu Tianke, you fell out with me for a kid still wet behind his ears. Is there really this need? Gu Tianke sneered and said, Yi Yuan is my savior. Do you think I have this need or not? Ji Sun's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Following this, he nodded his head and said, Fine, I got it, but today's matter isn't over. Kid, I hope that you don't land in my hands. Hunter, let's go. Finished saying, Ji Sun swept his sleeves grandly and took Zhuahan away from Yi Yuan's hands. The moment Ji Sun left, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes saw black, and then he fell to the ground. Facing Ji Sun, this level of true G.O.D. powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to slack off in the slightest. At this time, he finally could not hold on anymore. 10 days' time said in a blink. On this day, countless powerhouses gathered outside of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The allure of an Empyrean inheritance was seriously too great. Even if they knew that there was huge danger, there were also countless people who were willing to fly into the fire like moths. And among these powerhouses, it was clearly the Thousand Sore Alliance's strength that was the greatest. A true G.O.D. powerhouse said, Brother Gu, the hour is almost reaching. Let's enter the mountain. Gu Tianke nodded and said, Come on, hang on. Right at this time, 2 figures descended from the sky. When the group of true G.O.D. powerhouses saw the arrivals, their faces could not help changing, and they bowed in salute as he said, We pay respects to Lord Ji Kong. The aura of that true G.O.D. powerhouse in the front was Astoni's. H.I. plussing it was actually a peak true G.O.D. realm powerhouse. It was only to see him nodded and said, Such a grand event. My vast heaven great imperial capital naturally has to join in too. Su Xing, why haven't you paid respects to the various uncles? Behind Ji Kong, a handsome young man clasped his hands and said, This lowly nephew, Su Xing, pays respect to uncles. So, you're Su Xing Hohu. Truly, heroes come from youngsters. I have long heard that an extraordinary talent appeared in vast heaven great imperial capital, fused together 3 kinds of power of laws, his strength extremely formidable. Meeting today indeed lives up to the reputation. The group of true G.O.D. powerhouses actually took the initiative to flatter a celestial deity realm junior. This also made the surrounding powerhouses all tongue-tied. However, hearing them say so, these people were all incredibly shocked. To geniuses, there were plenty who comprehended 2, even 3 kinds of power of laws. But those able to fuse 2 kinds of power of laws were in the minority, let alone fusing 3 kinds of power of laws. Those able to fuse 3 kinds of power of laws were undoubtedly all peerless geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. Su Xing had a proud look, accepting the group of powerhouses' compliments without misgivings. Clearly, he had long gotten accustomed to this scene. Zhuahan has long admired Brother Su's great name. Upon seeing today, it's sufficient to have no regrets for 3 lifetimes. Zhuahan was unwilling to be left in the cold and went forward to flatter. Su Xing gave him a glance and said calmly, So, you're Zhuahan. I've heard of you before. Beneath imperial capitals, your talent is first-rate. Zhuahan was pleasantly surprised and said, Brother Su has actually heard of me before. Zhuahan is really overwhelmed by flattery and honor. Su Xing said coolly, But I've heard before that among imperial capitals, there's still a proud daughter of heaven, Lung Qiuling, whose talent is above yours. I wonder who that is. Lung Qiuling did not expect that Su Xing would call upon her, and stepped forward rather unwillingly, greeting with folded hands at the lower right side. She said, "This lowly one, Lung Qiuling, pays respect to Sir Su." When Su Xing saw Lung Qiuling, his eyes could not help lighting up. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile, and said with a nod, "I really didn't expect that Miss Lung actually has such unparalleled looks. Miss Lung, the journey of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. You're the host, and have to take good care of me." Lung Qiuling's brows furrowed, and said, "Dare not. This trip, I still have to look to uncles for more support." The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they knew that this Su Xing took fancy on Lung Qiuling. Ji Kong was also smiling and not saying anything at one side. Su Xing's horizons were extremely high. The girls pursuing him in vast heaven great imperial capital were plentiful like carps moving down a stream, but he did not take fancy on anyone. He did not expect that he found someone pleasing to the eye here. By the side, when Zhuohan saw this scene, he secretly gloated in others' misfortune in his heart. It was already impossible for him to obtain Lung Qiuling. But with Su Xing charging out halfway now, he wanted to see what Yi Yuan had to compete with the other person. To talk about this Su Xing, he was indeed a peerless genius. His age was similar to theirs, but he was already peak 6th firmament celestial deity. More importantly, he even fused 3 kinds of power of laws, his combat power extremely strong. Although Zhuohan's talent was extremely high compared to him, he indeed paled considerably in comparison. He indeed had the capital to be proud of. Ji Kong smiled and said, "Ho, your all outstanding talents among the young generation, your future accomplishments immeasurable. You should naturally get closer." With Ji Kong speaking, the others naturally nodded their heads and agreed. People that came from great imperial capitals, they could not afford to provoke. Just like this, a group of true G, D powerhouses suppressed their realms to celestial deity realm and stepped into the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The moment Yi Yuan entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, a familiar feeling hit him head-on. That feeling was as if he returned to the immortal Grove world. Previously, the Thousand Sora Alliance carried out a lockdown on the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But following their entry, other powerhouses also entered the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range one after another. Currently, heads could be said to be swarming in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. This array formation is very similar to the 4 symbols family clan's grand array. Yi Yuan and Dustless communicated. Dustless nodded and said, "The 4 symbols divine beasts forming an array, the power is sufficient to eradicate a major realm powerhouse. Immortal Grove laid down a matchless grand array in the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Annihilating Empyrean powerhouses is akin to child's play." Yi Yuan said, "With so many powerhouses entering, it's likely that a single misstep and it will trigger the grand array." Dustless smiled and said, "These fools even thought that Immortal Grove would leave behind his Tao teachings for them. They are thinking too much." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard that. The party gradually went deep in. Suddenly, a series of screams came over. A CLUS fire rose to the sky. More than a dozen powerhouses were instantly burned to ashes. Ji Kang's face changed, and he cussed angrily. This bunch of fools activated the Immortal Wind Heavenly Fire Array of the 4 Symbols Grand Array. Once the Heavenly Fire is triggered, it vows to immolate everything. Everybody, quickly run. Chapter 1861. Who is brother with you? Chapter 1861. Who is brother with you? The fire spread rapidly and was practically going to immolate the entire SPAC. For a moment, wails of doom filled the lands. Under such power, even Truji, Oh, D powerhouses were hard-pressed to escape death too. Junior apprentice sister, follow me. I'll bring you out. Su Xing flashed a confident smile at Leng Qiuling and was about to hold her hand. Leng Qiuling's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled her hand back. Su Xing's hand froze there, his expression seemingly rather embarrassed, said. And he said with a smile, "Follow me closely, don't get lost." Finished saying, Su Xing's figure moved, speeding toward the depths of the mountain range. Luckily, Thousand Sore Alliance's people ran fast and escaped the core region of the Grand Array very quickly. But the danger was not far away. Even if right now was at the border region, a large CLUS Turaflames would also rush out from time to time, reaping the lives of a group of powerhouses. The strength of those true D powerhouses was formidable, but they were also delayed by those powerful lames. As for Su Xing, these juniors could only band together. But along the way, with Su Xing leading a group of disciples to blaze a trail, it was very smooth sailing. But he discovered that a young man followed by Leng Qiuling's side from start to end, and his brows could not help furrowing. "Boy, you don't seem to be a Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple, right? Get lost. Our team doesn't bring along good-for-nothings." Su Xing said unhappily. In his view, Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, saw that their squad was powerful and sought their protection. How could he allow this sort of thing? Leng Qiuling spoke up. "Senior apprentice brother Su, Yi Yuan is my friend." Su Xing's expression was rather awkward as he said with a smile, "So, it's junior apprentice sister Leng's friend. Then that's all right. But let's get the unpleasant things out of the way first. People who don't contribute don't think about getting any benefits." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. At this time, the Zhuohan in the squad suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Ho, not just being friends that simple, right? I heard that City Lord Gu has the intention of matchmaking junior apprentice sister Leng, and Yi Yuan, junior apprentice sister Leng, congratulations to you." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Those present were all young heroes. The weakest in strength was also peak fourth firmament celestial deity. Could a measly second firmament celestial deity be worthy of Leng Qiuling? More importantly, there was an additional Su Xing now. Su Xing was also taken aback. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan had additional thick enmity. Seeing this scene, Zhuohan secretly felt great in his heart. He knew that just this one sentence was enough. Leng Qiuling's brows furrowed. Her gaze when looking at Zhuohan was icy cold. How could Zhuohan not feel it? But he already did not care anymore. Forget that there was Yi Yuan. Even if there was no Yi Yuan, it also had nothing to do with him anymore now. Competing with Su Xing? That was looking for death. Su Xing did not want to lose his bearing in front of Leng Qiuling and only said indifferently, "Oh, to be able to be viewed favorably by City Lord Gu, looks like this brother Yi is bound to have areas Serpa, as sing others. Later, this Su would like to spar." But one sentence and the smell of gunpowder already became strong. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Who is brother with you? Are you worthy?" Everyone was stunned, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. Su Xing was also taken aback. He thought that Yi Yuan would beat a retreat in the face of difficulties after hearing his words. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually showed such little regard for his face. Yi Yuan naturally would not give him face. He did not have any improper thoughts toward Leng Qiuling, but these guys insisted on treating him as an imaginary foe. The most important thing was that this Su Xing was a hypocrite who posed as someone of high morals with one look, saw that his realm was low, and wanted to drive him out of the team. Actually, if not in order to protect Leng Qiuling, he would not be bothered to travel together with these people. Yet this Su Xing was self-righteous and felt that Yi Yuan was benefiting from association with him. Su Xing's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, refusing face when given. Since that's the case, then you have no need to follow our squad anymore too. After all, we don't know each other. Lung Qiuling's brows furrowed, and she said, Yi Yuan is my 1,000-sore imperial capital's guest. If he isn't in this team, then I'll leave too. Su Xing's face changed, immediately overflowing with jealousy. He did not expect that Lung Qiuling actually had just little regard for his face, and was actually put in a dilemma for a moment. Humph! I'll give junior apprentice sister Lung face. Today's matter, this Su remembered it. Su Xing said with a cold snort. Bang! Suddenly, a violent fire wave attacked. Everyone turned pale, with fright. Su Xing, this wave of fire is too strong. You guys take care of yourselves. Remember, don't split up. Ji Kang's voice came over at this time. Got it, Elder Ji. Su Xing said in a clear voice. Finished talking, he turned to everyone again and said, Everybody will join hands for this wave of fire. All heed my command. Junior apprentice Sister Lung, you hide behind me. Su Xing had a righteous appearance that was unflinching in the face of death, as if everything was within control. Lung Qiuling originally did not want to answer, but seeing Yi Yuan wink at her, only then did she retreat. Another series of screams came over. Some weaker martial artists were still burned to death or seriously injured. Yi Yuan, right now is the juncture of life and death. Could it be that you plan on hiding at the back like a girl? When Su Xing saw that Yi Yuan also shrinked back at the back, he could not resist saying in a cold voice. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, You all are powerful, I'm just a rookie. It's safer to hide at the back. The words incurred numerous scornful looks. These young heroes all felt that this Yi Yuan was simply too shameless. However, they already had no time to be scornful of Yi Yuan. Everyone listens to the command. Use your strongest attacks and meet the fire wave. Release. Su Xing gave a fierce cry, his long sword suddenly attacking. A sword emerging, it was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, welcoming that wave of fire. Bang! 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 Multicolored divine essence undulations revolved around inside the mountain range, meeting the blazing fire in unison. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even though these were all distinguished folks among the junior generation, the immortal wind grand array was seriously too strong. The enormous shock wave knocked their bodies flying backward, fresh blood spewing wildly. Su Xing's entire person appeared somewhat wretched. The clothing on his body was also significantly scorched. However, the flames only paused slightly for a moment and staged a comeback. Su Xing's face changed, and he roared to the back, Everyone quickly run! These flames are unstoppable. As he said, how could he still care about Lung Qiuling, turning tail and running? Bang! The flames immediately burned a large area. Screams echoed out together. Quite a number of young heroes did not have time to escape and were directly devoured by the large fire. Su Xing and the group of geniuses covered their heads and scurried away. No idea how long they fled either, finally escaping the engulfment of the flames. But the moment he turned his head back, Su Xing discovered that Lung Qiuling's traces were long gone, and his expression could not help changing. Zhuohan, you saw junior apprentice Sister Lung? Su Xing looked at the extremely wretched Zhuohan and asked in a solemn voice. Zhuohan still had not caught his breath until now. Seeing Su Xing inquire, he could not help shaking his head and said, Didn't see? Everyone was all fleeing on their own. How could I care about her? Su Xing's brows furrowed. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he discovered that the road when they came was long already engulfed by the large fire, becoming a sea of fire. Chapter 1862. Door of Four Symbols. Chapter 1862. Door of Four Symbols. A young hero said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Sue, just now, in the mayhem, I seem to have seen Junior Apprentice Sister Lung, and that Yi Yuan get engulfed by the flames." Just now, a large wave of fire pounced over, engulfing many people all at once. Lung, chilling, dying inside was nothing strange. D.A.M. It. Seeing that vast expanse of fire sea behind him, Su Xing was extremely remorseful and angry. He finally managed to take fancy on a woman, and she was actually burned to death just like this. But Zhuohan had an excited look because he heard that Yi Yuan was dead too. Senior Apprentice Brother Su doesn't need to be like this. There are plenty of other fishes in the sea. Although that Lung Chilling was quite good-looking, there are still some who can match up to Senior Apprentice Brother Su with some difficulty. Zhuohan urged him. Sure enough, the moment Su Xing heard, his expression became much better, and he switched to a regretful expression as he said with a nod, "Be that as it may, with Junior Apprentice Sister Lung dying in the sea of fire, I'm still very upset." Zhuohan smiled and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Su is indeed somebody who values sentiments. Zhuohan admires. You guys, look. There seem to be people walking inside that sea of fire." Suddenly, a young man shouted. Everyone got a big shock and used doubting gazes to look over. It was fine if they did not look, but when they saw it, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws. The ground. Amidst the sea of fire, there were indeed two figures vaguely visible coming over to their side. How is this possible? Such a terrifying sea of fire. There are actually people who can move inside it. Yeah, I saw it clearly just now. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was instantly burned to ashes. How can there possibly be people moving around inside it? Hang on, this seems to be a male and female. They look rather familiar. No need him to say. Everyone already saw clearly. These two figures were precisely Yi Yuan and Lung Chilling. Yi Yuan held Lung Chilling with one hand, disappearing and reappearing inside the sea of fire as if they would be engulfed at any time. But those violent flames were seemingly avoiding the two of them. They were very safe from beginning to end. Zhuohan's face almost became green, looking at this scene full of disbelief. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan leaped, bringing along Lung Chilling and directly jumping out of the sea of fire. Not a scratch. Everyone did not quite dare to believe their eyes. Inside such a berserk sea of fire, they could actually remain completely unscathed. Yi Yuan looked at Su Xing and said with a look of amuse, "This Senior Apprentice Brother Su, didn't you say that you wanted to protect Junior Apprentice Sister Lung earlier? Why did you run even faster than a rabbit?" Su Xing's expression choked up. He pledged in all solemnity just now with the appearance of a peerless hero, saying to protect Lung Chilling. But when he fled, he completely did not even look at Lung Chilling and ran faster than everyone else. Junior Apprentice Sister Lung. Su Xing was just about to explain, but heard Lung Chilling say indifferently, "Senior Apprentice Brother Su's body is priceless. How can you risk your life? Moreover, Senior Apprentice Brother Su and I are neither kith nor kin. There's also no need to stay behind to save me." Towards Su Xing, Lung Chilling looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Everyone said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. It was not false at all. Along the way, Su Xing was always doing his best to please and woo. But when it really reached the critical moment, he was not reliable at all. Such a person was not worthy of undertaking any responsibility at all. Su Xing, they all retreated too suddenly, laying Lung Chilling bare inside the sea of fire all of a sudden. Lung Chilling was caught off guard and almost lost her life in the sea of fire. At the 11th hour, it was still Yi Yuan who stepped forward bravely and brought her out of the sea of fire. But towards Yi Yuan, Leng Qiuling was also extremely shocked in her heart. The surroundings were clearly all wildly dancing fire snakes, but they seemed to turn a blind eye to the two of them. She completely did not understand what happened. All in all, places where the fire snakes arrived at, wails of doom filled the lands. Yet the two of them could stand aloof without paying attention to others. It was truly incomparably magical. Hearing Leng Qiuling said so, Su Xing's heart seemed to have been Ked. In so many years, Leng Qiuling was the first woman who moved him. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, the two people's relations, I plus P, actually became like this. He used venomous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. He attributed this incident to Yi Yuan. Inside a valley ahead, a group of true D powerhouses had long already arrived. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that these true D powerhouses were all carrying wounds from head to toe. Their numbers also reduced a little. Clearly, this immortal wind, heavenly fire grand array's power was extremely strong. Even true D powerhouses found it hard to avoid the outcome of death too. Currently, in the valley, apart from the Thousand Sora Alliance's powerhouses, the other itinerant cultivators were all taking a rest on their own too. In truth, the itinerant powerhouses that came this time were several times of the Thousand Sora Alliance in terms of numbers. Among them also had quite a few true D-level powerhouses. But in this place, no one dared to employ the strength of true D realm at all. Otherwise, being annihilated was just a matter of an instant. Someone complained in the crowd, "The Heavenly Sun Mountain Range is so big. We haven't found the entrance to the abode yet, and so many people already died. This place wouldn't be a hoax, right? Isn't that so? This four symbols grand array is too terrifying. It's simply purgatory on Earth. It wouldn't be that we couldn't even find the entrance, and we'd all be dead, right?" Regardless of whether it was the Thousand Sora Alliance or those itinerant martial artists, the expression on everyone's face was very ugly. Clearly, this was also what they were worried about. The four symbols grand array that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down was too terrifying. Eradicating them was like playing, but so many people died, and they had not even seen the entrance to the abode. So how could they not be depressed? Rumble! Right at this time, in the four directions of the valley, for stone doors rose up from the ground, making the earth quake. The key to open up the abode lies inside these four stone doors. Inside each stone door contains a drop of Empyrean-level sour symbols true blood. When you collect the four symbols true blood, you'll be able to open this Empyrean's abode and obtain this Empyrean's legacy. A voice was akin to rolling thunder, making everyone's faces wildly ecstatic. Empyrean level 4. Symbols true blood, that was lucky chance. If one could obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, even if they did not enter the abode, it was also sufficient to benefit for life. The crowd started seething with excitement once more, especially Ji Kong. His two eyes were practically glowing. His realm had always been stuck at peak true D realm and kept being unable to break through. He knew that he had already exhausted his potential and was completely unable to break through to the Empyrean realm anymore. But if let him obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, then he might very likely break through to the Empyrean realm. Swaz. Plus virtually without the slightest hesitation, Ji Kong immediately rushed towards the stone door on the east side. That stone door was the door of Azure Dragon. At this time, how was the Thousand Sora Alliance still useful? these true D powerhouses all moved swiftly, moving towards the 4 stone doors. Whoever was a step slow, the lucky chance might be S. And TC head away by others. Young Master Yi, which stone door are you planning to go? Lung Chilling asked rather curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Vermilion Bird True Blood should be the bloodline most suited for you. Why don't we enter the door of Vermilion Bird? Lung Chilling looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, hearing the meaning in his words. If they obtained the 4 symbols true blood, he was actually going to give to her. This young Master Yi, are you not planning on obtaining for the 4 symbols true blood? Lung Chilling asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just 4 symbols true blood, also not something remarkable. Come on. Chapter 1863. Vice Fire. Chapter 1863. Vice fire in front of their eyes was a boundless desert. Under the blazing sun, the entire world was akin to a heating stove. Entering the door of Vermilion Bird, it was quite a scene. This D-A-M-N place can't see the end at a glance. Where can we even find the Vermilion Bird true blood? Most likely, it's deep in the desert. Don't delay anymore. Keep delaying and others will beat us to it. Upon hearing this, the crowd poured towards the depths of the desert like tidewater. Yi Yuan, let's set off too, Lung Chilling said. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, more haste, less speed. It's already so dangerous outside. So why would this desert not be dangerous at all? Lung Chilling's face changed. In this boundless desert, she could not feel the slightest danger. It seemed that apart from being a little hot, there was nothing peculiar. Then what should we do? Yi Yuan said, you cultivate an ice attribute cultivation method. So revolve your cultivation method, and you'll naturally be safe. Lung Chilling was not quite certain what it meant, but she still followed Yi Yuan's instructions and did it. On Lung Chilling's body, cold air gradually grew. Her entire person seemed to be a lot colder too. After doing this, the two walked toward the depths of the desert unhurriedly. These two people are really doing unnecessary things. This place has no danger at all. And they actually started revolving divine essence. When they really encounter danger, see what they use to face the enemy. Seeing the divine essence on Lung Chilling's body, a series of mocking sounds immediately came over. In everyone's view, this kind of action was undoubtedly very foolish. Constantly revolving one's cultivation method would continue depleting the divine essence within the body. Once encountering a battle, one would not be able to deal with the enemy at their peak state. Arg! Right at this time, a scream suddenly came from the crowd ahead. Then his entire person caught on fire. Everyone's face changed, immediately retreating far away from that person. Very soon, that person on fire burned into nothingness, like he evaporated into thin air. Everyone's faces changed one after another, not understanding what happened. He was perfectly fine. Why did he suddenly catch on fire? Someone said in a panic, what happened? Just as everyone was anxious and doubtful, several more people right at the front suddenly caught on fire, then burned into nothingness. At this time, everyone finally knew that this was not some incidental event. Inside this desert, concealed dangers that they did not know. Everybody be careful. This fire is too formidable. How the L did that person burst into flames? I'm not playing anymore. I want to leave this place. Several Turs of flames made everyone immediately become alert. Some people were even clamoring about wanting to leave. But they barely walked 2 steps when a Tur of flames shot straight out, burning them into nothingness. The group of powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock, completely unaware of what was going on. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan rather amazedly. She felt that Yi Yuan making her revolve her cultivation method was likely in order to ward off this flame. But what in the world was this? Those powerhouses all did not dare to advance deep in anymore. But there was no use at all. There were still many people who were directly burned away by the flames. This way, Yi Yuan, two people who were originally advancing, slowly walked to the front ranks of the crowd instead. The two of their abnormal states immediately attracted quite a number of people's attention. Why are the two of them fine? The two of them have been constantly revolving their cultivation methods since entering this SPAC. Previously, we were still mocking them all along. Could it be that there's something fishy going on? I understand. This is Vice Fire. The one who spoke was a true G-O-D powerhouse, mentioning the name Vice Fire. That true G-O-D powerhouse's own expression also changed drastically and was in a state of disbelief for a while. Not just him. The other people's faces similarly changed dramatically. Vice Fire is born in heart, without the slightest omen. Its power is immense. Legends have it that Vice Fire can burn everything, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan heard everyone's surprised and bewildered voices, the corners of his mouth could not help smiling slightly. These people finally reacted to it. The vermilion bird was a divine beast of fire. Its attainment in the laws of flame was exceedingly deep. This vast expanse of desert was actually a sea of Vice Fire. Walking in this desert, one must maintain tranquility of the mind, rippleless like an old well. Otherwise, once the Vice Fire was evoked, one would be directly burned to death. Of course, Yi Yuan could not have known beforehand, but with dustless around, this degree of trap naturally could not possibly affect him. In reality, ever since entering the heavenly Sun Mountain range, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned home. The extremely perilous land of danger to others was akin to flat ground for Yi Yuan. These people were all overly anxious for success, wanting to find the vermilion bird, true blood, as quickly as possible. It was naturally impossible to maintain a calm mind. Evoking Vice Fire was naturally something very normal. Discovering the oddity, these martial artists all strove to maintain tranquility of the mind. Sure enough, phenomenons of being burned by Vice Fire immediately fell drastically. However, things were not as simple as they imagined. As they continued going deeper, the temperature in the desert became higher and higher. Their state of mind also became more and more irritable. Hence, there were people who started to be burned to death by Vice Fire again. In the crowd, two gazes were staring fixedly at Yi Yuan all along. The older one among them opened his mouth and whispered, this kid is indeed rather capable to actually be able to see through the Vice Fire in advance. If not for him, the two of us, master and apprentice, might die here too. The young man said, Master, I keep feeling that something is off about this Yi Yuan. These two were Ji Sun and Zhuohan, master and disciple. When the two of them saw Yi Yuan enter the door of Vermilion Bird, they also followed closely behind and came in. The incident last time made Ji Sun very pent up with anger. Ever since entering the heavenly Sun Mountain range, he had always been finding a chance to get Yi Yuan alone, wanting to kill him. Seeing Gu Tianke enter the door of Black Tortoise, Ji Sun realized that the opportunity came. Hence, he followed Yi Yuan, two people, and entered the door of Vermilion Bird. Originally, they wanted to immediately take action, but when he saw Yi Yuan make Lung Qiuling revolve her cultivation method, Ji Sun kept feeling that there was something fishy. Hence, he did not make a move all along. They followed far behind the crowd. When he saw people being burned to death by Vice Fire in front, Ji Sun immediately understood. Hearing Zhuohan's words, Ji Sun smiled and said, "What you said is right. This boy is indeed rather different from the rest. Let's not take action first. I feel that by following him, we might be able to have an unexpected harvest." Seeing Zhuohan's unwilling look, Ji Sun continued, "Honor, rest assured. Your grudge, Master will definitely avenge it for you. When we find the vermilion bird, true blood, it's when Yi Yuan dies." Time slowly trickled by. The crowd searched for as long as half a month in the desert, but did not have any harvests. Many people became more and more irritable. The people who were burned to death by vice fire also became more and more. Does this end place have vermilion bird, true blood, or not? Goodness. No, I can't get angry, can't get agitated. Maintain tranquility. Stay calm. This person's slapstick comedy immediately incurred a series of laughter, but very soon, these laughing sounds quietened down. Laughing would not do too. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed in front and shouted, "You guys, look, what's that?" 1. This vice fire is a bit hard to translate. It's a fire used to punish sinners in but in this context, it's a fire that burns when your emotions stir. Chapter 1864. Killing people on the spot. Chapter 1864. Killing people on the spot, no need for him to remind. Everyone saw it. Not far ahead, an oasis actually appeared. In the center of the oasis was an island. There was a stone table on the island, and a box was placed on the stone table. Vermilion bird, true blood. It must be the vermilion bird, true blood. Everyone went berserk. How could they still care about other things? Russ. Plussing over toward the oasis like crazy. The vermilion bird, true blood, is mine. Body is to S. It. Kill. All scrammed further away for your father. The scene that was originally still peaceful instantly lost control. The martial artists were all beside themselves with frenzy, fighting for that box. But very soon, those celestial deity realm martial artists discovered to their dismay that that box was already being taken over by more than a dozen powerhouses. They could not go up at all. These dozen over powerhouses were all true D realm powerhouses. Even though they suppressed their realms at the celestial deity realm, their strength was not what ordinary celestial deity realms could compare to. Their law comprehensions were much stronger than celestial deity realm martial artists, not on the same level at all. Around the stone table laid dead bodies that covered the ground. Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling did not move. Seeing this situation, Leng Qiuling's expression dimmed, and she said, "Sure enough, this kind of lucky chance can only belong to true D realms." Yi Yuan said, smiling, "That might not be so." Leng Qiuling's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, "What does that mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You'll know in a while. But before this, we still have to settle some scores." Among the celestial deity realm martial artists, Zhuohan's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually walking over to his side. Could it be that he discovered me? Impossible. We have been very careful along the way. It's impossible that he found out. Zhuohan thought in his heart. At this time, Ji Sun was currently among those dozen over powerhouses in order to fight for the vermilion bird, true blood, and did not have time to care about Zhuohan at all. Things did not develop according to Zhuohan's thoughts. Yi Yuan came closer and closer. Hohu, want to kill people, then hide your killing intent a little better. With Ji Sun around, you're too reckless and unbridled. Yi Yuan's voice entered Zhuohan's ears leisurely, shattering his last trace of hope. Zhuohan's expression suddenly changed. How could he still dare to remain? His figure suddenly plussing out, scurrying over in the direction of the oasis. "Master, Save me! Zhuohan bellowed. Those dozen over powerhouses were currently fighting in close quarters without rest. Ji Sun's strength took a very huge advantage among these powerhouses and was already almost S.N.T.C. Hing the box. Who knew that at this time, Zhuohan suddenly dashed out. And behind him, Yi Yuan's figure arrived high up in the air. The frost counter sword in his hand, Yi Yuan's certain kill attack, was already in the midst of unleash. I plussing. Yi Yuan, you dare? Ji Sun's eyes turned bloodshot from anger as he roared. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan's timing of taking action was too cunning. It was precisely when Ji Sun could not take care of his front and rear at the same time Ji Sun's two eyes were blood red. In the interval where he was in a daze, he was struck by another true Ji. Deep powerhouse with a blade. A sword crossing the void. Zhuohan's movement technique was actually very fast, but what Yi Yuan used was greater teleportation. No matter how fast he was, how could escape Yi Yuan's sword? A sword unleash. I plussing. Zhuohan did not even have time to let out a scream and was utterly annihilated. Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's most promising genius disciple perished. At the same time, Ji Sun was also hacked out of the battle royal by a blade, suffering a great loss in vitality. But he did not care about the injuries on his body at all. He looked at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan brat, not killing you, I, Ji Sun, am lesser than human." Yi Yuan looked at Ji Sun and said coolly, "I'm afraid that you don't have that chance anymore. I didn't provoke the two of you, master and disciple, but the two of you, master and disciple, wanted to doom me time and again. Really take me to be kneaded out of clay?" Those celestial deity realm martial artists looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This kid, a second firmament celestial deity realm, actually dared to provoke a true D realm powerhouse like this. This was being tired of living, but that sword just now indeed took their breaths away. A peak second firmament celestial deity actually one-shot a fifth firmament celestial deity. Furthermore, the person Yi Yuan killed was not some nameless and unknown person, but Zhuohan, who was known as Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius. What in the world was this young man's background? The vermilion bird, true blood is mine. Right at this time, that true D powerhouse who chopped Ji Sun flying with a blade previously finally grabbed that box and let out a wild laugh. He charged out from the midst of more than a dozen true D powerhouses and finally got what he wished, acquiring the vermilion bird, true blood. Ji Sun's gaze revealed a look of insanity. Forcefully suppressing the injuries in his body, his figure suddenly disappearing. Puchi, that true D powerhouse was currently laughing away loudly when suddenly his heart spurted fresh blood wildly. He actually had a hole punctured through from the back by someone with one sword. The box in his hand was naturally S.N.A.T.C. head away by someone, and the person who killed him was none other than precisely Ji Sun. In an instant just now, he unleashed a secret art, stimulating the potential in his body, and finished off that true D powerhouse with one sword while he was off guard. After S.N.A.T.C. hing the treasure. Virtually without stopping in the slightest, Ji Sun's figure turned into an afterimage, escaping out of the desert. Yi Yuan, when I refine the vermilion bird, true blood, it will be the day where you meet your maker. In the air, the words that Ji Sun left behind reverberated. Talking about it was slow, but actually the change just now happened in just an instant. Only then did that group of true D powerhouses feel as if they woke up from a dream. Each and every one of them was in a crazed state. Russ. I plusing after Ji Sun. They only found the vermilion bird, True Blood, after going through hearts. I plus PS. How could they possibly allow Ji Sun to monopolize it? Want to monopolize the vermilion bird, True Blood. No chance in L. Leave behind the vermilion bird, True Blood. After the group of True G, D powerhouses left, this slaughter finally calmed down. Those celestial deity, realm martial artists, looked toward Yi Yuan, pitying expressions on their faces. Ji Sun obtaining the vermilion bird, True Blood, after refining, his strength would surely soar greatly. He was originally a true G. D powerhouse already. So wouldn't dealing with Yi Yuan be accomplished with ease after this? Without the vermilion bird, True Blood, these people naturally had no need to stay anymore as well. Amidst a series of sighs, the celestial deity, realm martial artists, left the oasis. Lung Qiuling came to Yi Yuan's side and said with a sigh, "You were too impulsive. Killing a Zhuohan is easy, but you thoroughly enraged Ji Sun like this." He obtained the vermilion bird, True Blood now. After refining, his strength will definitely improve further. At that time, he'll be even harder to deal with. Even if Ji Sun could not employ the strength of True Ji, D Realm in this place, his realm could infinitely approach True Ji, D Realm. Furthermore, Ji Sun's law comprehension was exceedingly high. It was completely impossible for celestial deity realm martial artists to be his match. Provoking such a powerful enemy was clearly not a very wise thing. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ji Sun obtained the vermilion bird, True Blood. Most likely he'll be disappointed." Lung Qiuling's face changed when he heard that and said, "Emen, what do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The vermilion bird, True Blood, is still here, so what Ji Sun brought away definitely isn't the vermilion bird, True Blood." Still here? How is this possible? Even if Lung Qiuling was cold as ice, she was also surprised by Yi Yuan's words. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, Ji Sun clearly obtained the vermilion bird, True Blood, but Yi Yuan said that he did not obtain it. Chapter 1865, Plucking the Sun Barehandedly. Chapter 1865, Plucking the Sun Barehandedly inside the bleak and desolate desert. More than 10 figures were flickering irregularly. Ji Sun, leave behind the vermilion bird, True Blood. Your secret art has probably already reached the limit, right? More than 10 powerhouses were in hot pursuit. This chase had also escaped more than G. D knows how many tens of thousands of miles away already. Ji Sun's entire person was in a great panic, and he was still driven into an SE. Finally, those dozen over figures caught up to Ji Sun, cutting off all of his paths of retreat. Ji Sun, you suffered heavy injuries and can't escape. Hurry up and hand over the vermilion bird, True Blood, and we'll spare you from death. Although Ji Sun's background was deep, at this time, who would still care about him? This city lord? Ji Sun's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Want the vermilion bird, True Blood. Come and get it if you have the capabilities then." Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. More than 10 figures rushed up together, unfolding a fierce slaughter. Although Ji Sun was a 7th firmament True G, D powerhouse, he could not unleash his true strength at all currently. Coupled with that, he was fighting against the odds. How could he be these people's match? Puchi, a blade pierced right into his abdomen, completely wiping out his vitality. That True G, D powerhouse holding the blade, grinned hideously and said, "You courted death yourself, can't blame me." Right at this time, the corners of Ji Sun's mouth revealed a hint of a strange smile. That True G, D powerhouse immediately felt something amiss. Be careful. Those over a dozen people were just about to step forward and search his body, but Ji Sun's body suddenly exploded. Civ energy waves spread out vigorously. The dozen over people were blown off their feet, each and every one suffering heavy injuries. That true D powerhouse who wielded the blade was actually directly blasted into ashes. Nine Suns Thunder Exploding Talisman. It. We were tricked. Chasing for so long, this was actually a clone of his. At this time, underground in some remote place inside the desert, Ji Sun's entire person was covered by sand. He opened up a narrow SPAC under the ground and hid here. His aura was currently dispirited and inert, but looking at the jade box in his hand, his two eyes emitted light. In order to obtain you, I even abandoned the clone that I cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. With this vermilion bird, true blood, I can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm and become the sovereign of a region. Yi Yuan brat, you killed Honor right in front of my face. I'll make you wish you were dead. Upon thinking of Yi Yuan, Ji Sun's fury was boundless. If not for Yi Yuan killing Zhuo Han at the crucial moment, greatly shocking his mind, he also would not have been ambushed by someone, and obtaining this jade box would not expend so much effort. That clone was obtained by him several tens of thousands of years ago, and had always followed him. Presently, it already cultivated to the boundary of fifth firmament true D as well. This clone cost him countless painstaking efforts. Now, everything was gone. Ji Sun's hatred toward Yi Yuan could be imagined. He naturally would not have thought that he nearly almost killed Yi Yuan back then. Feeling the waves of powerful undulation coming from inside the jade box, Ji Sun felt an upsurge of emotion. Carrying tiered feelings, Ji Sun's divine essence surged, slowly opening the jade box. Bang! A cloud of black gas suddenly emerged, immediately covering Ji Sun's face. This Empyrean finally sees the light of day anew. Boy, I'll borrow your body to use. A sinister voice came over. The black gas bored straight into Ji Sun's body. What the H-E-L are you? Get lost for your father. Get out of your father's body. Ji Sun roared furiously. This seat is Empyrean Devil Feather. To be able to get possessed by this Empyrean, you should be happy. Scram. What dog fart, Empyrean? Your bit of strength also wants to seize possession of my body. Dream on. This Empyrean already invaded inside your sea of consciousness. Want to seize possession or not? That's not up to you two. Why? Why isn't it the vermilion bird, true blood, inside this box? Ji Sun bellowed. Vermilion bird, true blood? Turns out that you were finding the vermilion bird, true blood. In this SPAC, the vermilion bird, true blood, is that blazing sun. You actually thought that it's inside this jade box. Really foolish. But it's precisely also because of your foolishness that this Empyrean can see the light of day again. Empyrean Devil Feather laughed, strangely, as he said, Be blazing sun. I am possible. Empyrean Devil Feather's words made Ji Sun's mind tremble greatly. A person and a fiend unleashed an intense struggle inside Ji Sun's sea of consciousness. That's the vermilion bird, true blood. How is this possible? Lung Chilling raised her head and looked at the sky. That blazing sun was incomparably scorching, but she was unable to believe, no matter what, that blazing sun was actually the vermilion bird, true blood, that everyone racked their heads to and TCH4. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This SPAC is hewed open with the vermilion bird, true blood, as its foundation. And this oasis is the center of this S-P-A-C. One can only obtain the vermilion bird true blood from here. Lung Chilling's mouth opened into a circle and said with a disbelieving look, Then what was it that Ji Sun S and A-T-C head away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, That I don't know, but I reckon that it's nothing good. Hoo-hoo. Lung Chilling listened until she stared dumbfounded and was tongue-tied. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Looking at the dead bodies strewn all over the ground in the oasis, Lung Chilling could not help smiling bitterly. These people went through all kinds of hearts, H-I+PS, and difficulties to come here. They did not expect that what they fought over was actually a fake vermilion bird, true blood. However, Lung Chilling soon felt at ease too. The world of martial artists was like this to begin with. Those who possess a great destiny could obtain Astonies. H-I+ing treasures inside mystic realms, going through a nirvanic rebirth. But the vast majority of the people would perish inside mystic realms. The birth of a powerhouse was built on countless corpses. Using the achievement of a general was built on the dead bodies of countless soldiers was not over the top at all. But how should we obtain the vermilion bird, true blood? Lung Chilling asked with uncertainty. In this place, no one dared to fly toward the sky, because the high alt, 1-2 restrictive array formation was not what they could contend with. This had already been confirmed by countless people. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, figure-leaping, and stepped onto that stone table. Rumble! In the sky, winds and clouds changed. An extremely powerful flame appeared indistinctly as if it was going to burn the entire S-P-A-C, and Yi Yuan was situated in the center of this firestorm. Seeing this scene, Lung Chilling's expression changed greatly, and she exclaimed, Yi Yuan, be careful! But Yi Yuan did not care at all, figure leaping straight up to the clouds. At the same time, a majestic power of great Tao burst forth on Yi Yuan's body, welcoming that horrifying flame. Lung Chilling's pupils constricted. That limitless flame was actually shrinking, as if it was afraid of Yi Yuan. Those flames finally converged on the blazing sun. Yi Yuan flew higher and higher, all the way until he was at the same height as the blazing sun. Under Lung Chilling's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked at the blazing sun. At this time, the incomparably berserk blazing sun actually became incomparably docile, its light weakening extremely rapidly, finally turning into the appearance of a drop of blood. Yi Yuan grasped lightly, holding this drop of vermilion bird, true blood in the palm of his hand, and floated down. Lung Chilling looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment on her face. How did you do it? Chapter 1866, Great Destiny. Chapter 1866, Great Destiny. Everything was as a matter of course. It was as if all this was prepared for Yi Yuan, no matter looking from which angle, climbing up to the sky to pluck the blood. This sort of thing was an extremely dangerous thing. But Yi Yuan did it so calmly that appearance was like walking one round in his own backyard. You refine it here. I'll stand guard over you. And, body should come over to this place anymore. Yi Yuan handed the vermilion bird, true blood, to Lung Chilling, but Lung Chilling did not take it. You're really giving it to me? Lung Chilling's eyes carried some doubt. Not that she was suspicious, but that this kind of Civ lucky chance was what even peak true G. D powerhouses were moved by. But Yi Yuan gave it to her without the slightest hesitation. This kind of thing, anyone would feel like they were dreaming. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can the relations H-I+P between friends be what a drop of true blood can replace? That day, if not for you speaking up to stop it in the Lung family, this ye would have many more troubles appear out of thin air. This drop of true blood, give to you, but this is too valuable. With the treasure being in front of her, it would be false if Lung Chilling said that she was unmoved. But this vermilion bird, true blood, was really quite a hot potato. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can an Empyrean's abode possibly just have this bit of vermilion bird, true blood? The real treasures are all inside the abode. This vermilion bird, true blood, might not be considered very valuable." This refinement took 3 months' time. On this day, in the oasis, a scorching light shot to the sky. An enormous vermilion bird phantom formed behind Lung Chioling. Her aura was also much stronger than before and actually already stepped into 6th firmament celestial deity. Ho-hoo, congratulations! From today onwards, ice and fire laws fusing, Miss Lung's strength will increase greatly. The Tli of vast heaven great imperial capitals, number 1 genius, will likely change owners very soon. Lung Chioling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into her ears. Lung Chioling was just about to answer when her gaze turned sharp, a hint of surprise flash. Plussing across her eyes. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan also actually broke through to become a 3rd firmament celestial deity already. Didn't you break through too? A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of Lung Chioling's mouth. She thought that by obtaining the vermilion bird, true blood, she would suppress Yi Yuan for some time. She did not expect that within a short 3 months, Yi Yuan similarly broke through his realm. Could it be that this guy had no bottlenecks? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This vermilion bird, true blood's vital energy is too beneficial. I also suffered a considerable impact by the side and actually found the opportunity to break through just like that. All right, it's getting late. We should head out. Opening up the Empyrean abode still needs to borrow the power of your vermilion bird, true blood." Lung Chioling nodded her head slightly and followed Yi Yuan, heading toward the exit together. When they returned to the heavenly Sun Mountain range, that valley was already packed full of martial artists. TSK. That Su Xing is really remarkable to actually obtain the white tiger true blood. His strength is formidable to begin with. Now, among the junior generation, and body is his match at all. Isn't that so? Heard that a kid called Yi Yuan actually dared to and TCH away his woman, really tired of living. To talk about this Yi Yuan, that isn't some nice guy either. Inside the door of Vermilion Bird, Yi Yuan killed Heavenly Water City Lord Ji Sun's disciple in front of his face. Putting aside that Yi Yuan's strength is fearsome, his gall is also unbelievably fat. However, Ji Sun obtained the Vermilion Bird true blood, so that kid will likely suffer a disaster. There's still such a thing? Then this kid really took the road to ruin. No matter how talented he is, he's also merely a 2nd firmament celestial deity. In front of Su Xing and Ji Sun, he's akin to an ant. At this time, the general situation had already settled down. Everyone was discussing the owners. HI+P issue of the 4 symbols true blood this time. Several wisps of discussing sounds floated into Lung Chioling and Yi Yuan's ears. Lung Chioling's brows furrowed. She did not think that Su Xing actually obtained the white tiger true blood. She knew how difficult it was to obtain the true blood from the hands of a group of true G, OD powerhouses. This Su Xing was truly a proud son of heaven, his destiny exuberant. Suddenly, a dark shadow arrived with a howl. The powerful aura immediately enveloped Yi Yuan 2 people. Die! On the Thousand Sore Alliance's side, Gu Tiang's expression suddenly changed, attacking fiercely at the same time. Bang! In an intense clash, Gu Tianke was actually struck until he fell back repeatedly. Ji-sun, what's the meaning of this? Gu Tianke said in a solemn voice. This dark shadow was none other than precisely the Ji-sun who just came out of the door of Vermilion Bird. At this time, Ji-sun's aura was much more gloomier and colder compared to before, virtually able to freeze people. Gu Tianke, I only want this boy's life. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't move, I'll kill you too. Ji-sun said in a cold voice. Gu Tianke was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, "Want to kill me? With just the likes of you?" Ji-sun released his aura. The terrifying aura spread out, making Gu Tiang's pupils shrink. This Ji-sun seemed to be different. "You can try," Ji-sun said in a cold voice. At this time, Ji-kong suddenly stepped forward and said, "All right, everyone is about to enter the Empyrean abode. The real treasure should all be hidden there. Two great, true Ji. Oh, D powerhouses having an internal strife here isn't some good thing. Give me face. Put aside whatever grudge there is. It won't be too late to kill people after leaving this Empyrean abode." Ji-sun's expression changed several times, and he snorted coldly and said, "Fine, I'll give you face." Gu Tianke, after going out, "If you still dare to protect this little animal, I'll definitely kill you. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." Gu Tianke snorted coldly and said, "Impervious to reason." Actually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Exchanging a blow just now, Ji-sun's strength seemed to be much stronger than before. But in this place, everyone suppressed their cultivation realms. Just how one's strength was, one could only know after going out. Ji-kong smiled and said, "Ho-ho, Ji-kong heard that you obtained the Vermilion Bird, True Blood. Come, the other 3 people are already in position. You guys open up the Empyrean abode." Hearing this, Ji-sun's expression became even uglier as he said in a solemn voice, "I didn't get the Vermilion Bird, True Blood." Ji-kang's smile turned stiff on his face, and he said in surprise, "You didn't obtain it? Then who got it?" Ji-sun's unfriendly gaze looked toward Lung Chioling. "Ha! If a snipe and a clam are locked in a fight, it's only to the advantage of the fisherman. I didn't expect that in the end, it actually let this girlie become the fisherman." Everyone's gazes looked over toward Lung Chioling, all incomparably surprised. Only then did Gu Tianke also pay attention to this disciple of his at this time. She actually already broke through to become a 6th firmament celestial deity. Beyond the shock, he was pleasantly surprised. "Ha, Linger, you really obtained the Vermilion Bird, True Blood?" Gu Tianke said with a big laugh. Lung Chioling nodded her head, counted as acquiescing to it. When Su Xing heard this news, he also laughed loudly as he said, "Oh, it's really great. Junior apprentice Sister Chioling, you and I are both people of great destiny. It's impossible for you and that ant beside you to get together. The gap between you guys will only get bigger and bigger. Come, let's go open up the abode." He felt that him acquiring the White Tiger True Blood and Lung Chioling obtaining the Vermilion Bird True Blood could already shake off all of the young generation. In the future, even stepping into the realm of Empyrean was also not impossible. Yi Yuan was naturally even less worthy of Lung Chioling. Great destiny? Senior apprentice brother Su, I think that you're mistaken. The one who possesses a great destiny isn't me, but Yi Yuan. This Vermilion Bird, True Blood, was given to me by him. Lung Chioling shook her head and explained. Chapter 1867, Empyrean Abode's True Colors. Chapter 1867, Empyrean Abode's True Colors Ji gave to you? Su Xing opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief. For Symbol's true blood, This kind of Civ lucky chance would actually be given to others with two hands, not just Su Xing. The others also looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces. This guy was also too extravagant in order to chase after a girl, right? Quite a number of people looked at Leng Qiuling, all envious to the extreme. They only hated that they did not have Leng Qiuling's looks, and let Yi Yuan gift this Civ lucky chance to them. How great would that be? Obtaining the vermilion bird, true blood, was not just increasing cultivation, so simple. That was equivalent to cleansing the martial artist's marrows anew, letting the martial artist have greater room for improvement in the future, especially for peerless geniuses like Su Xing and Leng Qiuling. They even had a chance of stepping into the realm of Empyrean in the future. That realm was a legendary existence who would not be moved. Leng Qiuling nodded and said, "Without Yi Yuan, even if I knew where the vermilion bird true blood was, it's also impossible to obtain it." Ji Sun's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly. Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred. Everyone did not discover that the blazing sun in the sun was the real vermilion bird, true blood. So why was he able to discover it? Ji Sun learned from Empyrean Devil Feather there that the blazing sun in the sky was the real vermilion bird, true blood. Originally, he still harbored great hopes, thinking that no one would discover it. But sadly, when he came out from underground, he discovered that that blazing sun in the sky was long gone. The sky was still that sky, but the vermilion bird, true blood, was not around anymore. This made him practically go insane. This boy is rather interesting. The concealment of the vermilion bird, true blood, can be said to be highly ingenious. Everyone can see it, everyone is under its illumination, but it's simply impossible for there to be people who would think that the sun on top of their heads was actually the vermilion bird, true blood. But this boy did it. Empyrean Devil Feather said, with a strange laugh. Empyrean Devil Feather was still suppressed by Ji Sun in the end. But Ji Sun was not able to exterminate him too, and could only seal him up, not giving him the chance to recover. But when Empyrean Devil Feather saw Yi Yuan, he became greatly interested. Humph! No matter how extraordinary he is, it's also hard to escape death in the end. Ji Sun said with a cold snort. Empyrean Devil Feather laughed and said, have you ever thought that this boy might be hiding an even greater secret on him?" Ji Sun's mind stirred, but he still said disdainfully, "No matter how great the secret on him is, can it be bigger than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's treasures?" Empyrean Realm also said, "That's true." Back then, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove nearly almost broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Lord Jiushang was even a magnitude worse compared to him. On this side, Su Xing could not quite maintain his expression anymore. He was still just pledging in all solemnity, saying that Yi Yuan was an ant and did not have a great destiny. But in a blink of an eye, his face was slapped resoundingly. Yi Yuan obtained the vermilion bird, true blood, and gave it straight to Leng Qiuling. He, Su Xing, obtained the white tiger true blood, but chose to refine it himself. Now he ran over to say, "Whatever you and I both have great destinies." This was simply performing a slapstick. Feeling those strange gazes from all around, Su Xing wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ji Kong also looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Nodding his head, he said to Leng Qiuling, "Since that's the case, then let's get started." Leng Qiuling nodded slightly, leaping up and flying in front of the door of Vermilion Bird. Su Xing and the other two people also flew in front of their respective doors. Apart from Su Xing, the other two were both true G, D realm itinerant cultivators. But the true G, D realm powerhouses on the Thousand Sore Alliance's side were empty-handed. The four people revolved the bloodline power within their bodies. Immediately, four enormous four symbols phantoms emerged in the air. Four roars echoed out. Those four phantoms tunneled straight into the four symbols' doors. Inside the four symbols' doors, four beams of light emitted, colliding together fiercely. Rumble! A Civ stone door condensed and formed in the valley. On the stone door, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life exuded, stirring people's souls. Even those true deep powerhouses were all incomparably rattled too. The aura inside this stone door was not what they could contend with at all. Seeing this stone door, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This aura, could it be? Dustless also had a look of surprise and said with a nod, "Most likely you guessed correctly. What in the world does this old fogey want to do?" The others naturally would not pay attention to Yi Yuan. All of them had their attention drawn by this stone door. After this stone door opens, it definitely contains countless treasures. Come on. Finally, someone could not hold back the excitement in their hearts and sped over toward the stone door. With someone leading the way, how could these people still endure it? All flying toward the stone door crazily, Lung Qiuling's figure floated down, but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. "Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Lung Qiuling asked curiously. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Nothing, let's go in too." The scene before their eyes changed. The group of powerhouses arrived in another mountain range. What is this place? That stone door just now seems to be the entrance to a small world. Could it be that this place is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's small world? It's likely the case. If one can find Immortal Grove's Tao fruit here, that's truly soaring to the heavens in one bound. These martial artists were not fools either, realizing something very quickly. Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help heaving a heavy sigh. The thing that he was most afraid of indeed still happened. This place was none other than precisely the Immortal Grove world. This place, Yi Yuan was too familiar. This place that they were at right now was precisely the Fall mountain range. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove connected his own small world to that stone door. The aura of that stone door was practically identical to the world locking gate. Yi Yuan recognized it with one glance. Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was trying to do, but so many celestial deities, even true powerhouses entering the Immortal Grove world. Once a great battle occurred, the people would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. To these martial artists, a small world counted for nothing at all. But this place was his Yi Yuan's hometown, the place that he grew up in. "Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Your expression is very ugly." Lung Qiuling asked concernedly. She discovered that Yi Yuan's entire state was rather off starting from just now. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. You should follow City Lord Gu first. I have some matters and need to leave for a while. I'll come and find you guys again later." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not wait for Lung Qiuling to agree either, his figure moving and vanish. Plussing on the spot. Sun's attention had always been on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan leave, he originally planned on chasing after. But in a blink, he lost Yi Yuan's traces. This made him greatly shocked in his heart. Really wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. Didn't expect that we actually arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's small world. That thing is likely here too, right? Empyrean Devil Feather laughed strangely as he said. Sun's heart stirred, and he asked, "That thing? What thing?" something that could move a heavenly emperor powerhouse definitely would not be an ordinary object. Empyrean Devilfeather gave a cold laugh and said, "You'd best not have designs on it. That's something that Lord Jiushang wants. If you dare to touch it, you should know the consequences." Ji Sun's expression changed, and he fell silent. Chapter 1868, Heaven-Killing Sword Formation. Chapter 1868, Heaven-Killing Sword Formation, Rumble. The earth trembled, the whole world in shock. Inside the law enforcement hall was long in a chaotic mess. What happened again? Why does it feel like it's the apocalypse? Fang Tian's expression was very ugly, a foreboding feeling lingering in his heart. At present, Fang Tian was the controller and knew everything about the immortal Grove world like the back of his hand. Just earlier, a primeval-like force suddenly barged into the immortal Grove world. That force made even him, this controller, feel palpitation. Sky Distant, Lu Linfeng, Tung Yun, and the rest of the powerhouses naturally sensed this horrifying aura too, coming over one after another. Elder Fang, what happened? Why is our immortal Grove world always dogged by misfortune and disasters? Sigh. Everyone clamored to get a word in. Some grumbled, some were helpless, but even more were alarmed and panicky. Fang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, I don't know what happened as well. This aura, I can feel that it's very similar to the World Locking Gates aura, but it's in the direction of the Odes Fall mountain range. My perception isn't able to extend over. Everyone's faces changed. Even Fang Tian, this controller, was unable to perceive it. This matter was definitely huge. Right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, his expression solemn. Everyone, seeing the arrival clearly, everyone's face was wild with joy. Indeed, whenever the immortal Grove world was in danger, Yi Yuan would always show himself. Yi Yuan, it's really great that you came back. Something seems to have happened over at the Odes Fall mountain range that side. Fang Tian spoke halfway, when Yi Yuan interrupted his words by saying, Senior Fang Tian, I entered the immortal Grove world from over there. This incident is likely not so simple. A large group of heaven-span world powerhouses entered the immortal Grove world and might make the immortal Grove world fall apart to pieces. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them had ashen looks. They did not expect that the state of affairs would actually be so serious. Yi Yuan, what is going on here? Fang Tian's face changed as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But one thing is certain, this is a setup arranged by Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But what his goal is, I can make nothing of it. This matter has already exceeded my control. Senior Fang Tian, what you all have to do next is to stabilize the immortal Grove world. Starting from now, everyone is prohibited from entering the Odes Fall mountain range. You all rest assured. Unless I die, I won't let the immortal Grove world be broken into pieces. All right, not saying any more. I'll be leaving now. Remember, make sure not to enter the Odes Fall mountain range. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared before everyone again. Everyone's faces had solemn looks. They felt pressure from Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan in the past had always been calm and composed, but this time he seemed to be somewhat different from usual. After the crisis of the fiend race, they seemed to have not seen Yi Yuan so anxious before anymore. Someone as powerful as the heavenly sin heretic D was also toyed by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hands. Figure flash. Plussing, Yi Yuan returned to the Odes Fall mountain range once more. But the expression on his face became even uglier. The Kunwa Divine, wood that originally towered into the clouds, actually disappeared without a trace already. Senior Kunwa, Dustless shook his head and said, I don't know either. At that time, I'd already fallen into slumber. The matter between him and Immortal Grove, I'm not aware of it. Yi Yuan's brows knitted even tighter. He seriously could not figure out just what on earth Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was doing to actually draw so many powerhouses to his lair, especially that even the Kunwa Divine, wood which was unwavering for 10,000 years, already disappeared into thin air now as well. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, I keep feeling that this matter isn't so simple. Forget it. Take it one step at a time then. Just hope that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove doesn't use his own small world as a chip. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, disappearing. Heaven-killing sword formation. There are a total of 9 levels of power. Those who clear 3 levels can enter the next mountain peak. People who clear the 6 levels will be awarded a true G.O.D. mystic treasure. Those who clear 9 levels will be awarded an Empyrean spirit treasure. On a mountain peak, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's voice sounded out once more. Ahead, an enormous sword formation spanned in front of the group of powerhouses. At this time, everyone already saw that on that tallest mountain peak far away, there was a large palace emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Anyone could guess that the true treasures were likely inside that palace. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's words still drove the group of powerhouses into a frenzy. Empyrean spirit treasure. That was something that made Empyrean powerhouses go crazy for. Now, it was right in front of their eyes. But they also knew that wanting to clear the level 9 difficulty was practically something impossible. But if one could clear the level 6 difficulty, obtaining a true G.O.D. mystic treasure was also very decent. Those true G.O.D. powerhouses, not everyone had a true G.O.D. mystic treasure. This kind of thing could be encountered, but could not be hoped for. A 9th firmament celestial deity martial artist could not resist, and was the first to challenge the formation. No one stopped him. There would always be someone who would spearhead the attack. This person going to probe the sword formation's power was also a pretty good choice. Swaz. H. Plus that powerhouse leaped and entered straight into the heaven-killing sword formation. Immediately, countless sword lights came whistling from all directions. That 9th firmament celestial deity's strength was indeed intrepid. No matter how strong the sword lights were, they could not do anything to him. Fan Ming's strength is indeed formidable. Heard that he once challenged 3 powerhouses of the same rank without being defeated. His strength is rather powerful among itinerant cultivators. Looking at it, he might be able to obtain a true G.O.D. mystic treasure. TSK, celestial deity realm, and possess a true G.O.D. mystic treasure. Really envious. Fan Ming clearly had some fame among the itinerant cultivators. The moment he made his move, the others all gasped in admiration. At the same time, they also had a clear understanding of the sword formation's power. Furthermore, 9th firmament celestial deity was a tier 1 team powerhouse among these powerhouses to begin with. Sure enough, Fan Ming's strength was intrepid, clearing the level 3 difficulty sword formation very quickly. Then a transmission array appeared in the corner of the grand array. Now you can choose to leave, and can also choose to carry on challenging. Inside the grand array, a voice sounded out. I choose to continue challenge. Fan Ming said without the slightest hesitation. In the wake of his voice fading, that transmission array disappeared. The grand array started operating again. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Inside the Heaven-Killing Sword formation, a series of horrifying sword energy practically turned corporeal, sing through the sword formation. Although the group of powerhouses was outside the sword formation, they felt like the series of terrifying sword intent was virtually piercing through them. Terrifying. The difficulty of this fourth-level sword several times, all at once. Fan Ming's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late for him to want to regret it now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One sword light after another arrived with a whistle. How could Fan Ming still dare to dawdle, bringing out 120% of his ability immediately? Puchi, a sword light pierced right through his protective divine essence, tearing through his body. Following the first sword light landing, countless sword lights rained down like a web, puncturing Fan Ming into a sieve. Outside the sword formation, it was death-like silence. Chapter 1869, Su Xing's Coercion. Chapter 1869. Su Xing's Coercion, a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse, actually died in front of them, just like this. This cast a shadow over the road ahead. They finally knew that this true G.O.D. mystic treasure was not easy to get, let alone clearing the level 9 sword formation and obtaining the Empyrean spirit treasure. Let me give it a try. At this time, Ji Kong suddenly stepped forward and walked toward the sword formation. Among this group of people, Ji Kang's strength should be the strongest. Everyone was very looking forward to it, wanting to see just which step he could walk to. Upon entering the sword formation, Ji Kang's strength immediately unfolded. In the first 3 rounds, Fan Ming did not clear it easily, but Ji Kong cleared it naturally and smoothly. Reaching the 4th round, everyone's hearts became nervous. But without any surprises, Ji Kong chose to continue challenging it. 4th round, Ji Kang's pressure sword. Everyone could feel that he was straining much more than before. But he was an entire major realm higher than Fan Ming. His strength naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was everyone's first time witnessing the 5th round. The powerhouses outside the sword formation all turned pale. Too horrifying. However, Ji Kong still made it through smoothly. In the 6th round, after Ji Kong suffered a series of tempestuous sword lights, he still made it through. When the transmission array appeared in front of Ji Kong again, he hesitated. You still have 3 breaths of time to consider. 3, 2, that voice in the sword formation sounded out once more. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Right at this time, Ji Kong moved. He stepped into the transmission array without the slightest hesitation. Vanis. Plussing. Even Lord Ji Kong. Don't dare to challenge the 7th level too? Sure enough, an Empyrean spirit treasure isn't that easy to get. Those true G.O.D. powerhouses had regretful faces. Even Ji Kong did not dare to challenge the 7th level. Them going to challenge, it were most likely to die too. Although Empyrean spirit treasures were good, one also needed to have the life to take it. Before long, Ji Kang's figure appeared on the other side of the grand array. Clearly, he obtained a true G.O.D. mystic treasure at some place. However, his face did not have any joy. True G.O.D. mystic treasures might be good stuff to others, but to him, it was merely something superfluous. With 2 people taking the lead, these powerhouses started challenging one after another. But for celestial deity realm martial artists, virtually no one dared to challenge the 4th round. In reality, celestial deity realm martial artists, people that were able to clear the first 2 rounds, were very, very few. Only to see one life after another snuff out inside the Heaven-Killing Sword formation. True G.O.D. powerhouses, someone challenged the 4th level too. But after 5 to 6 true G.O.D. powerhouses died in a row, no one dared to continue challenging as well. Yi Yuan quietly returned beside Lung Qiuling, since no idea when, as he said, "Looks like this round is very brutal." Yi Yuan saw that the number of martial artists was clearly much lesser than before, only then sighing emotionally. Lung Qiuling nodded her head and said, "The power of this sword formation is very terrifying. Even Lord Ji Kong only cleared the 6th round too." Yi Yuan nodded his head, having a rough understanding of the heaven-killing sword formation's power. A genius that holds even the vermilion bird, True Blood, in contempt, this sword formation definitely can't stump you. Why don't you go up and try? You wouldn't be scared, right? Ha ha. Su Xing had always been staring over here. The reason why he had not gone to challenge yet was to wait for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made him lose face time and again. He must win back some ground this time in the heaven-killing sword formation. Young Master Su, don't make things difficult for people. A 3rd firmament, celestial deity going up is definitely death. Lend him a few galls, and he also doesn't dare to go up, right? Hey, boy, you even gave the vermilion bird, True Blood, to Miss Lung. Don't lose face in front of a beauty. Hurry up and go give it a shot. The moment Su Xing opened his mouth, many young geniuses immediately started squeezing Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Su Xing and Lung Qiuling were people who genuinely had great destinies. In this mystic realm trip, their harvests were likely far more than this, and Yi Yuan was utterly worthless in their eyes. Said that he gave the vermilion bird, True Blood, to Lung Qiuling, who saw it. Said that he killed Zhuohan with one sword. They did not believe at all. A 3rd firmament celestial deity was a 3rd firmament celestial deity. If they did not see with their own eyes, no one would believe that Yi Yuan could really kill Zhuohan. Even if he killed, he definitely used despicable means too. Toward these people's contempt, Yi Yuan naturally would not pay attention. He just said coolly, "I say, can you be a bit more promising or not?" Su Xing's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're saying that I'm a good-for-nothing? You want me to be killed by the heaven-killing sword formation and still have to use this kind of second-rate goading technique. What is it if not good-for-nothing? If you issue a challenge to me and compete in who clears the most rounds, I can view you in a better light," Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Xing's face alternated between green and white. His paltry trick was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Saying so much, aren't you still gutless, not daring to enter the sword formation? Su Xing said with a cold smile, "This sword formation's terrifying power already scared away quite a number of martial artists. Those weaker, celestial deity, realm martial artists were already not planning to continue advancing anymore. They did not have hopes of clearing the first 3 levels at all. Hence, Su Xing was certain that Yi Yuan's bit of strength definitely did not dare to enter the sword formation." Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. You go and challenge first. If the rounds I clear is less than yours, the mystic realm at the back, I won't go anymore." "Yi Yuan, you mustn't." Lung Qiuling's face changed, and she urged. She knew that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful, but this sword formation, even Ji Kong did not dare to go and challenge the 7th level too. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's willful challenge would get him killed. Su Xing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "All right then, I'll go and challenge it first." At that time, "Don't get scared until you wet your pants." Ha! A wave of hooting also came from all around, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's willful provocation. Hearing Yi Yuan's laughable challenge, Su Xing was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he was finally going to make Yi Yuan lose all face in front of Lung Qiuling. Su Xing was not perfunctory either, leaping and entering inside the heaven-killing sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword lights came head-on. Su Xing's strength was formidable, lifting something heavy as if it were light, blocking it easily. Brother Su's strength is truly a Stony's. Plussing like a celestial's. His sword Tao law fused with lightning and fire, two great laws. Now, he refined the white tiger true blood too. His current strength is too terrifying. The first 3 rounds shouldn't have any suspense anymore. As long as he clears the 3rd round, Yi Yuan will have to clear until the 6th round. That kid will likely really be scared until he wet his pants. The power of the heaven-killing sword formation was set according to the martial artist's overall strength, becoming stronger when encountering someone strong, becoming weaker when encountering someone weak. Su Xing's comprehension of laws was indeed formidable. He cleared the first 3 rounds very quickly. When the transmission array appeared, that voice sounded out once more. "I choose to continue." Su Xing immediately said without the least bit of hesitation, exceeding everyone's expectations. Su Xing actually chose to continue challenging the formation. The grand array that fell silent lit up once again. The terrifying sword light suddenly leveled up. Su Xing's aura also skyrocketed along with it. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. TSK, Su Xing is forcing Yi Yuan to the death here. Can this guy clear the 6th round? Since he dared to do so, he likely has some confidence. Fusing 3 kinds of law powers, plus the white tiger bloodline, his strength is already unimaginable. Su Xing's crazy action caused a huge uproar. Ever since Fan Ming, no celestial deity realm martial artists dared to challenge the 4th round at all. Only by clearing the 3rd and 6th round would a transmission array appear. If one could not clear it, then there was only the outcome of waiting for death. Quite a few people cast amused looks toward Yi Yuan. If Su Xing really made it through the 6th round, then it would be fun for them to see Yi Yuan going through the challenges. Reckon that he would really wet his pants. Su Xing did not disappoint everyone. Although it was rather strained, he still successfully cleared the 4th round. In the 5th round, the white tiger bloodline power in Su Xing's body suddenly erupted. Making it through, everyone was stunned, including those true deep powerhouses. Each and every one of them became somewhat ashamed of their inadequacy. A celestial deity realm martial artist actually made it to the 6th round, while these true deep powerhouses actually did not even dare to challenge the round. The so-called proud son of heaven was roughly like this. In the level 6 sword formation, the power was tremendous. Su Xing, who was amidst sword lights, was far from as composed as before, with the injuries on his body also increasing. Su Xing's sword intent crisscrossed, 3 kinds of law powers utilized to the limit. The white tiger bloodline power was similarly urged to the limit. Even so, Su Xing was also perilously close to death. Plussing past the death many times. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, not knowing if he could clear this round or not. Suddenly, the sword formation abruptly stopped. The transmission array appeared. Su Xing succeeded in clearing this round. All of the powerhouses drew a cold breath. The peak 6th firmament, celestial deity Su Xing actually cleared the 6th round. This was absolutely an incomparably proud battle achievement. The current Su Xing was riddled with injuries, but his image became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. This was a young man whose prospects were boundless. Dragging his all-scratched-up body, Su Xing moved over toward the transmission array. Before entering the transmission array, Su Xing even turned around and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, giving a profound look. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan in unison. This trumpet was blown too loudly. According to Yi Yuan's statement, he must now complete the level 9 sword formation before he could continue exploring the mystic realm. But the level 9 sword formation, was this possible? Lord Ji Kong was a 9th firmament true Ji. Oh, D powerhouse. He did not dare to challenge the level 7 sword formation too. The power of the 9th level. No one dared to try at all. That was a taboo existence. Young Master Yi, it's your turn now. Just now you made the boast. Now, are you going up or tucking your tail between your legs and getting lost? The one who spoke was 9 Fire Imperial Capital's genius disciple called Qi Heng. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. This person had been constantly sucking up to Su Xing. But saying this to him at this time, no one felt that there was anything inappropriate. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was the braggart who blew his own trumpet too loudly. No one thought that he would enter the sword formation, because Yi Yuan definitely would not treat his life as a joke. Where did this dog come from, anyhow barking here? Yi Yuan did not even look at Qi Heng as he said. Qi Heng's expression changed, and he said, angrily, "Want to say, dog, you're the dog, right? Aren't you wretched like a stray cur right now?" Yi Yuan laughed the moment he heard and said, "Your master merely cleared the 6th level sword formation. Look how you're showing off. Since you want to lick his smelly boots so much, why don't you dare to go challenge the sword formation yourself?" Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with mocking looks. Already at this point, his mouth was still unrelenting. Merely cleared the 6th level sword formation? Right now, the ones who cleared the 6th level sword formation. One was the 9th firmament true Ji. Oh, D.G. Kong. The other was the 6th firmament celestial deity Su Xing, holding in contempt. It was also not your turn to look down on. Qi Heng sneered and said, razor-tongued, since you don't dare to go challenge the sword formation, why haven't you quickly scrammed yet? Making a spectacle of yourself here. Your face is really thick. Yeah, really shameless. No matter what, Su Xing already cleared the 6th level sword formation. What about you? Hurry up and get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. You'll only make people look down on you more like this. The moment Qi Heng spoke, quite a number of people concurred. No one thought that Yi Yuan dared to enter the sword formation, which was no different from courting death. When did I say that I'm not entering the sword formation? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Everyone was taken aback for a while, and did not come back to their senses yet. It was only to see Yi Yuan pat Qi Heng's shoulder and say nonchalantly, "Open your eyes wide and take a look at how weak your master is." Finished saying, Yi Yuan leaped and landed right in the sword formation. This scene reversed too quickly. Everyone did not react to it, and Yi Yuan already went in. After Su Xing successfully cleared the rounds, everyone's preconceived notion was that Yi Yuan did not dare to enter the sword formation anymore. But Yi Yuan went in, catching them by surprise. Lung Qiuling also did not react to it. It was already too late to want to stop it, and she could not help having a worried look. When Qi Heng saw the situation, he said with a cold smile, "Ha! This guy couldn't stand being provoked, and indeed went in to seek his doom." Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword light came from all directions. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and completely did not have any intention of defending. Everyone was dumbfounded. Entered the sword formation already, and this guy actually still wanted to act cool. However, they did not have time to mock yet when their expressions immediately turned stiff. Those dense sword lights, not one actually landed on Yi Yuan's body. Too relaxed, too effortless. Just like this, Yi Yuan Pa S said the 1st level sword formation without even moving a finger. This is also too fake, right? Qi Heng said with a look of astonishment. Spatial law is a supreme law. It's not at all surprising for him to be able to do it to this step. But the power of the sword formation at the back gets stronger and stronger, wanting to use this kind of opportunistic method to pa S. S the round is impossible. I reckon that next round he'll have to take action, Ji-sun said with a sullen look. When everyone heard that, they all came to a realization. But right at this time, the second-level sword formation also started activating. Yi Yuan stood firm. Those sword lights still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Ji-sun's face immediately turned stiff there. His face was slapped resoundingly. Third round. He'll definitely make a move in the third round. Ji-sun gritted his teeth and said, the second round did not have any suspense. Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Third round. Yi Yuan still did not move. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Ji-sun with peculiar faces, laughing wildly without ceasing. Ji-sun's face practically turned black, like the bottom of a wok. He could not understand why Yi Yuan could be as steady as Mount Tai in the midst of such berserk sword lights. While the rest were laughing, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. Were the first 3 rounds strong or not? So many dead people were lying there. Quite a number among them were even high-level celestial deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, he was just a third firmament celestial deity. Even if he comprehended spatial law, on what basis did he not even have to move a finger? These first 3 rounds were cleared too trivially, right? Chapter 1871. The terrifying last 3 levels sword formation. Chapter 1871. The terrifying last 3 levels sword formation. Continue. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, choosing to continue challenging. To others, this heaven-killing sword formation was a life S, an A-T-C, Hing-like existence. But to Yi Yuan, this was not considered anything. Him being able to easily pa S. The rounds did not rely on spatial law either. Arriving in the immortal grove world was like arriving at home. As long as he released Immortal Grove, Heavenly Tao's aura, it was impossible for this sword formation to attack him. The heaven-killing sword formation was like this, when plucking the vermilion bird, True Blood. It was also like this. Yi Yuan possessed the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, 2 lifeblood spirit treasures. How could the trap's heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down possibly cause harm to him? In the 4th level sword formation, the power suddenly increased. This time, Yi Yuan finally took action. It was only to see his fingertip move lightly. Those streaks of sword light were pushed aside effortlessly. Those horrifying sword lights could not get close to him at all. So strong. Yi Yuan cleared the 4th round much more leisurely than Su Xing. Su Xing fused 3 powers of law, and there's also the augmentation of the white tiger True Blood to be able to do it to this extent. Yi Yuan, he based on what? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's casual state, each and everyone extremely alarmed and scared. The current Yi Yuan did not employ the power of Heavenly Tao. Su Xing fused 3 kinds of law powers. It looked very strong, but comprehending 3 kinds of law powers similarly made his comprehension speed become very slow. Although Su Xing's strength far surpa S said powerhouses of the same rank after fusion, if he wanted to do it like Yi Yuan, leaping over 2 or 3 minor realms to fight the enemy, that was impossible. And Yi Yuan's sword Dao law was already comprehended to middle stage, 5th firmament. His spatial law was even comprehended to the terrifying peak initial stage, 4th firmament. After fusion, his combat strength was extremely formidable. This heaven-killing sword formation did an overall evaluation. To the 3rd firmament, celestial deity, Yi Yuan, it was not considered very hard for him to clear the 4th round. Following that was the 5th round, 6th round. Yi Yuan similarly made it through. When the transmission array appeared, everyone held their breaths. Would he choose to continue challenging? You can choose to leave now, and can also choose to carry on with the challenge. That voice sounded out once more. At the far end of the grand array, the Su Xing, who originally already obtained a true G.O.D. mystic treasure, was very pleased with himself. But now his expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, hoping that he would choose to continue. Because he was certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to clear the 3 rounds at the back. The last 3 rounds, no one had seen it before, no one dared to go and attempt as well. Continue, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Everyone's minds trembled. No one could have expected that Yi Yuan really dared to continue challenging. In order to spite Su Xing, he did not even want his life anymore. One could tell. And when Yi Yuan cleared the 6th round, although it was not as miserable as Su Xing, it was also quite laborious for him. The 3 rounds at the back, the possibility that he could make it through, was virtually 0. The 7th level difficulty did not activate immediately. A destructive aura gradually crept out in the S, P, I C, poo, poo, poo. The few martial artists standing closer were actually blown apart from this terrifying aura. The countenance of the group of powerhouses suddenly changed, hurriedly retreating. This 7th level sword formation's power was actually so horrifying. A hint of aura that randomly effused out blue celestial deity realm powerhouses up. Then the Yi Yuan in the eye of the storm, his pressure could be imagined. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Yuan. Someone is going to die. Yi Yuan overestimated his ability too much. This is the might of an Empyrean. That boy is dead, for sure. The 7th level is already so horrifying. What will the 9th level sword formation look like? The expression on everyone's face was extremely ugly. The power of this 7th level sword formation made them understand what was called awe. This destructive power let them witness the power of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. Right at this time, the 7th level sword formation activated. Countless sword light directly engulfed Yi Yuan. The powerhouses outside the array formation could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Ha ha, idiot, see if you still don't die this time. When Su Xing saw this scene, he laughed wildly without ceasing. A hint of relief actually flashed across Ji Kang's face. He was rejoicing that he did not go and challenge the 7th level difficulty. Ji Kang waited over. If he challenged the 7th level sword formation, he would definitely die. Time slowly trickled by. Gradually, the sword lights receded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, looking at that figure inside the sword formation in disbelief. This is impossible. Such terrifying power. How can he possibly survive? Su Xing's eyes were full of disbelief. He completely never thought that he could see Yi Yuan under such horrifying sword lights. Yi Yuan would not be able to leave behind even a corpse. But now, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly fine. It was just that there were many more wounds on his body. Yi Yuan stood there without moving, both eyes tightly shut. On the frost counter sword, there was fresh blood dripping from the tip of the sword, nonstop. Yi Yuan's state was clearly not very good, but his heaving chest told everyone that he was fine. How is this possible? He actually made it through the 7th level. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Su Xing's? But even Lord Ji Kang didn't have the confidence to challenge the 7th level sword formation. A series of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Yi Yuan's performance seriously exceeded their expectations too much. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 3rd firmament celestial deity, reputation undeserved, unable to even pass S the first 3 levels if he entered the sword formation. But now, Yi Yuan actually cleared the 7th level in one go. This kind of horrifying talent gave them a tremendous shock. In a twinkle, the 8th level sword formation activated. The power this time was several times more terrifying than the 7th level. Su Xing cursed Yi Yuan to die nonstop in his heart. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could even make it through the 8th level. But when the sword formation receded, Yi Yuan was still standing with his sword raised, no movements at all. And the place where he was standing was identical to before, without S, H, I plus ding in the slightest. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Could it be that Yi Yuan cleared the 8th level without moving at all? The 9th level sword formation activated. That horrifying pressure made even Ji Kong, this 9th firmament true Ji, D powerhouse, feel asphyxiated. Too terrifying. JJ, rather interesting. Inside the sea of consciousness, Empyrean Devil Feather suddenly started laughing strangely. Ji Sun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Yeah, this boy has always been very odd." Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "Can't you perceive it?" "Perceive what?" "This boy is comprehending on the sword." "See comprehending on the sword, comprehending inside the heaven-killing sword formation? What kind of joke are you making?" Ji Sun said in disbelief, if my conjectures are right, after the 9th level sword formation ends, he'll still maintain this posture. The 8th and 9th level difficulty, he never moved at all." Empyrean Devil Feather's words were Astoni's. I plusing. Ji Sun got a big shock and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "If I didn't see wrongly, the limits of this brat's strength is the 7th level. The 2 rounds at the back, he didn't use his own strength to clear them at all." Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Not relying on his own strength, but what kind of power can block such a terrifying sword formation? Ji Sun was really astounded. Empyrean Devil Feather smiled and said, "Most likely this boy has deep ties with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove." Ji Sun was startled inwardly, having a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Right at this time, the sword lights receded. Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more, and it was still that posture. Everyone held their breaths. They felt that something big was going to happen. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He's going to get an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Before this, no one would have expected that Yi Yuan could actually clear the 9th level sword formation. But since he made it through, that meant that Yi Yuan would obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This was something that drove countless people nuts. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent in his body bursting out, virtually turning corporeal. His sword Dao Law went up another new stage, reaching late stage 5th firmament, just as Empyrean Devil Feather surmised. He had been continuously comprehending on the sword previously. Congratulations on clearing the heaven-killing sword formation. Now, you shall obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Stellar War Banner. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed in Yi Yuan's hand, turning into a small black flag. The small flag gave off intense undulations, making all of the martial artist's eyes become heated. Yi Yuan shook his wrist, and the small flag immediately disappeared. Following that, he slowly walked towards the transmission array. Light flashed. Yi Yuan's figure appeared on the other end of the heaven-killing sword formation. Swaz. Plus straight away, an afterimage barged into the heaven-killing sword formation. When everyone reacted to it, it was already too late, each and everyone extremely remorseful and angry. And it got beat to it by that guy. A few true G. O. D powerhouses stomped their feet. Yi Yuan already made it through the heaven-killing sword formation and entered the other side of the sword formation. Now, whoever successfully clears the formation first would have hopes of S. And ATC Hing an Empyrean spirit treasure. At such a crucial time, it was naturally the earlier one went over, the better, and the first person to challenge the formation was precisely Ji-sun. The Grand Array was already activated. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him at all. The moment Yi Yuan's figure appeared, the atmosphere on the other end of the Grand Array immediately changed. Su Xing, I've tried this Grand Array out. It's merely thus. You don't even dare to challenge the 7th level, truly weak. Yi Yuan did not seem to feel the change in atmosphere at all, looking at Su Xing as he said with a smile that was not a smile. Su Xing's expression turned stiff. Recalling the big talk that he said previously, he wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Yi Yuan challenging this heaven-killing sword formation crushed him until he was badly battered all over. Su Xing could not figure out just how Yi Yuan made it through. At this time, Su Xing suddenly felt his shoulder being patted twice by someone. Turning around to take a look, who was it if not Ji Kong? Suddenly, he came to his senses. So what if Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation? A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Yi Yuan became everyone's public enemy by obtaining the Empyrean spirit treasure. He swept a glance over and discovered that everyone was staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. So what? Facing imminent death, you still have the energy to mess with me right now. Su Xing said with a sneer. Ji Kong looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, and I can make it painless for you. Ji Kong, you want to pocket the Empyrean spirit treasure alone? At this time, several more late-stage, true G, O, D realm powerhouses closed in, their expressions unfriendly. Ji Kang's expression was calm as he said coolly, the few of you dare to go against my vast heaven great imperial capital. A true G, O, D realm powerhouse said, ha ha. Ji Kong, are you telling a joke? Inside a mystic realm, you're using imperial great imperial capital to scare us? As long as we obtain the Empyrean spirit treasure, who dare say that we can't break through to the Empyrean realm? At that time, who would mind your vast, heaven-great imperial capital? Facing an Empyrean spirit treasure, no one could maintain composure. Ji Kang's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, just the likes of you, few also want to ask. The Empyrean spirit treasure from me? Didn't you all discover that after Pa-S sing the heaven-killing sword formation, the realm suppression is no longer there? Bang! On Ji Kang's body, terrifying world power suddenly bloomed, making the faces of the group of true G, O, D powerhouses change. 9th firmament true G, O, D. This was a real 9th firmament true G, O, D. This heaven-killing sword formation was a watershed. Clearing the sword formation, it seemed that everything returned to normal. Recovering his true strength, Ji Kang's advantage became too great. These true G, O, D powerhouses, even 8th firmament true G, O, D, were not his match either. That true G, O, D realm powerhouse previously continued shouting, we have so many of us, scared of him for what? He's 9th firmament, true G. Oh, D realm, not an Empyrean realm powerhouse either. If we join hands, he might not be our match. Ji Kang's gaze was scorching, looking at the few true G, O, D powerhouses under vast, heaven-great imperial capital's command. He said, what about you guys? Are you going to deal with me together with them as well? Those few people exchanged glances, all hesitating. Their current ident, 1. Ties were very awkward. To say that they were not moved by the Empyrean spirit treasure, that was false. But once they took action, then there was no more path of retreat. Bang! Right at this time, another terrifying burst of world power suddenly erupted and could actually contend with Ji Kang's aura, another ninth firmament true Ji. Oh, D, that ninth firmament true Ji. Oh, D said, "Ha, Ji Kang, it's true that you're from the vast heaven great imperial capital, but you're merely a ninth firmament true Ji. Oh, D, what right do you have to make them all withdraw? Empyrean spirit treasures are obtained by the fated. Your vast heaven great imperial capital is also too overbearing, right?" On Ji Kang's face, a visible change in countenance finally appeared. "Yang Yidao, turns out that you concealed your strength." Ji Kang's pupils constricted as he said. The others were all extremely surprised. This Yang Yidao was a powerhouse among itinerant cultivators and had always appeared in front of people as a seventh firmament true Ji, O, D, but now he actually directly reached the ninth firmament true Ji, O, D realm. Clearly, he concealed his strength, deceiving everyone's eyes and ears. Yang Yidao smiled smugly and said, "Ji Kang, now, does this Yang have the qualifications to vie with you over this Empyrean spirit treasure?" Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, your talent is very good. Dying here is too pitiful. Hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to me, and I'll guarantee your life." Ji Kang's gaze turned sharp, and he said, "Yi Yuan, as long as you hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me, I'll bring you into vast heaven great imperial capital and groom you seriously. With your talent, you can definitely astound the world in the future." Yi Yuan's talent, everyone saw it with their own eyes. This could not be faked. In their hearts, they had actually long acknowledged Yi Yuan. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, a man's heart was incomprehensible. What use was there even if one's talent was any higher? That eighth firmament true Ji, O, D powerhouse previously said, "Humph, is ninth firmament true Ji. O, D very impressive? The bulls. H, I plus T that the two of you said is like farting. Really take Yi Yuan to be a fool? Yi Yuan, hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me. With the few of us joining hands, we'll guarantee your life. I, Zwapan, am absolutely a man of my word and can swear a heavenly Tao oath." For a moment, these three major powers did not give way in the slightest, all coercing Yi Yuan to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure. The Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly laughed. "I say, are you guys thinking too much? When did I say that I was going to hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to you guys?" Yi Yuan's words were full of ridicule. Chapter 1873, merely thus. Chapter 1873, merely thus Yang Yidao laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Not handing over? Did you eat the wrong medicine? Just the likes of you, a third firmament celestial deity, can defend the Empyrean spirit treasure? In front of a bunch of true Ji, O, D powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually said that he was not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. It was really very brave. Forget about Yang Yidao, Ji Kang, this kind of ninth firmament true Ji. O, D Peerless powerhouse, even first firmament true Ji. O, D was also not what a rookie like Yi Yuan could resist. Su Xing's contest with Yi Yuan was merely children playing house in these big shots' eyes. They had the potential to be a powerhouse, but it did not mean that they were powerhouses right now. This kind of stubbornness and pride that was utterly unjustifiable would only make Yi Yuan lose his life. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go and get it yourselves if you have the capabilities. Bullying a junior here, and you're still puffed up with pride. Each and every one of you is really shameless." Ji Kang smiled coldly and said, Boy, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you're not fit to possess treasures. Young Idao also laughed loudly and said, "What is face? Can it be eaten as rice? Can it increase strength? Boy, you're still too young." Zwapan was clearly not that patient, snorting coldly as he said, "Enough nonsense! Boy, not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. I'll kill you first." Originally, the group of true D powerhouses was ready to jump at each other's throats. But at this time, the spearheads were all aimed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, not being willing to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, no matter how they quibbled, it was all for naught as well. This boy wouldn't have lost his mind, right? Empyrean spirit treasure. He has the fate to obtain it, but doesn't have the life to use it. Can't understand what this boy is thinking. If it were me, I'd have long thrown away the Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing is a hot potato, but he actually can't even understand the situation. Reckon that he's dead for sure. Not scared of blowing matters up when watching a show, those celestial deity powerhouses and weaker true D powerhouses all felt that Yi Yuan was too unwise. Yi Yuan held his palm out. The stellar war banner appeared in his hand. Waves of powerful undulations spread out. Feeling this powerful undulation, the eyes of Ji Kong, and the rest revealed incomparably fervent looks. "That's it. This is more like it. It's no use being stubborn. Hurry up and hand it over." Ji Kong smiled and said, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan still submitted in the end. Facing so many true D powerhouses, no one could be unyielding, who knew that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. And he said coolly, "The stellar war banner is right here. If you have the capabilities, come over and take it." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually put on the posture of picking a fight. Whose? Plus, right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out behind Yi Yuan. The faces of Ji Kong and the rest all changed. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who struck first to gain the advantage. The auras of Ji Kong, Yang Idao, Zwapan, and the rest all suddenly erupted. Russ, plussing over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the small flag in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became bigger. The sky suddenly turned dark, stars dotting the sky. Yi Yuan gripped the stellar war banner with one hand and suddenly waved. Countless starlight suddenly coalesced onto the black flag. A terrifying to the extreme aura suddenly erupted, catching that person who sneaked attack by surprise. Bang! The person who ambushed directly flew out 1,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting wildly along the way. When he fell to the ground, there was not one unscathed spot on his body. The figures of Ji Kong and the rest abruptly stopped, looking at this scene in tremendous alarm and terror. Is this the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? So powerful! Ji Kong said with an astounded look. Yang Idao's expression was very ugly as he said, "Li Zhu is 6th firmament true to actually not even be able to block the power of one strike from the Stellar War Banner. He just obtained the Stellar War Banner and doesn't have time to refine at all. Furthermore, he's only 3rd firmament celestial deity. So why is he able to unleash such terrifying power?" Zwapan was full of puzzlement. The person who sneaked attacked Yi Yuan just now was called Li Zhu, a true D powerhouse among the itinerant cultivators. His strength not weak. When Yi Yuan and the 3 factions were disputing, he had long already planned on secretly ambush. Plussing, he found the best angle to sneak attack and wanted to away the Stellar War Banner as soon as he killed Yi Yuan, and then escape. It was just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan beat him half-death with just one move. Yi Yuan looked at the few people with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "Why aren't you Russ? I plussing up anymore? Don't you all want the Stellar War banner? It's right here, so come and get it." The expressions of Ji Kong and the rest were very ugly. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really provoking without any scruples. Boy, if you want to seek death, then we'll fulfill your Wisconsin plus Yang Idao, Swapan. We'll attack together. This old man wants to see whether or not this boy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Kong said in a cold voice. Yang Idao and the rest all nodded and said, "Okay, kill this brat first, and then we'll slowly settle things among ourselves after." Clearly, these few people reached a consensus, and were going to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. One powerful aura after another suddenly released. Russ. I plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Heaven and earth changed colors. Inside the law enforcement hall, Fang Tian and the rest had deathly pale complexions. The powerful undulations coming from the direction of the Ode's Fall Mountain Range made the entire world shudder. This Serpa said the power of a small world. These people who lived in a small world, had never experienced such terrifying power before at all. In their eyes, this kind of power was sufficient to destroy the immortal Grove world. No wonder Yi Yuan said that even he had no confidence this time. Just what bunch of monsters entered this time? Fang Tian said in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan is currently fighting with these monsters? Just what level has he reached now? Skydistant said, an incomparably powerful heavenly Dao power was injected into the Stellar War banner frenziedly. The Stellar War banner suddenly expanded a little more again. The skies turned dim, motes of stars dotting the sky, converging onto the Stellar War banner once more. Yi Yuan suddenly waved the war banner. An even more powerful force than before suddenly gushed out, colliding together with the few great, true OD powerhouses. Bang, bang, bang. C tore apart. The earth split open. Ji Kong, Yang Idao, and the rest were directly blasted flying away by this tremendous force. Of course, facing such terrifying power, Yi Yuan also suffered a considerable backlash. But this was nothing. Right now, everyone's gazes that looked towards him was akin to seeing ghosts. A third firmament celestial deity, carrying an Empyrean spirit treasure, overpowered several ninth firmament true OD powerhouses. This battle achievement simply made their heads explode. How is this possible? How in the world did he do it? Even if it's an initial stage true D-realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to rely on an Empyrean spirit treasure to resist the teaming up of Lord Ji Kong and Lord Yang Idao. They all, right? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon who knew that this fellow was a diamond. Ji Kong and the rest forcefully endured the upheaval of their innards, using extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. The strength that Yi Yuan just displayed was practically the same as theirs. No, it should be that it was even a notch higher than theirs, because Yi Yuan blocked the few of their combined attacks by himself. How was this possible? Don't each and every one of you guys crack yourselves up to be powerhouses. Doesn't strength reign supreme? This is your strength. It's also merely thus. Yi Yuan said with a mocking look. Chapter 1874. Tang Yen, Chapter 1874. Tang Yen. Yi Yuan's mocking voice spread to the surroundings, sounding incomparably arrogant, but currently no one felt that he was arrogant at all. Yi Yuan, who was wielding the Stellar War banner, absolutely had the qualifications to show contempt for these few mighty peak, true OD powerhouses. Rather, it was the Su Xing in the distance who was currently already frightened until his complexion was pale. Coming along the way, he completely looked down on Yi Yuan, all the way until Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation. He finally saw Yi Yuan's terrifying potential and strength. At that time, he already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable foe, but now he was afraid. Yi Yuan, who possessed the Stellar War Banner, actually fought to a draw with Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest. Killing him was merely a matter of moving his fingertips. Yi Yuan surveyed the four directions, waved the Stellar War Banner in his hand, and said with a grin, "The Stellar War Banner is right here. If anyone wants it, you're welcome to come and get it." At this time, who still dared to come and the Stellar War Banner? Unless they were tired of living. Ji Kong and the rest all had grim faces, feeling greatly disgraced. 2 9th Firmament True G, O, DS, and an 8th Firmament True G, O, D joined hands and could actually only fight to a draw with a 3rd Firmament Celestial Deity. This was simply a comical outcome. But they knew that Yi Yuan indeed had the qualifications to possess the Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Humph! Let's go! Ji Kong gave a cold snort and brought everyone towards the next mountain peak. The Empyrean Spirit Treasures here were definitely not just one. Since Yi Yuan's strength was so formidable, fighting to the bitter end here was clearly not wise. When Ji Kong and the rest left, Yang Yidao and the rest also left one by one. With all these heavyweights leaving, the others who dared to provoke Yi Yuan even just slightly also left. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, Ji Sun was still clearing the rounds. Yi Yuan found a place himself and started meditating. Previously, he gleaned considerable gains inside the heaven-killing sword formation, making his sword Dao Law improve greatly, already reaching late-stage 5th Firmament. He had to comprehend things properly. The situation was good for him. Lung Qiuling and Gu Tianke still had not cleared the challenge, so he could just leisurely wait. But right at this time, a young man suddenly came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, "Is there something?" "Ho-ho, nothing. It's just that I see Brother Ye's strength is Astoni's. I plusing and want to come and get acquainted. I'm Tang Yen, an itinerant cultivator," the young man said with cupped fists. Yi Yuan had some impression of this Tang Yen. Previously, when challenging the heaven-killing sword formation, he said the first 3 rounds rather easily. At that time, it even surprised Yi Yuan. However, he did not choose to continue challenging, but directly came over through the transmission array. Although this Tang Yen was an itinerant cultivator, his strength was definitely rather uncommon. It was just that he was different from Su Xing and Zhuo Han. He was very low profile. "So, it's Brother Tang. Nice to meet you." Yi Yuan had always returned tenfold when others showed him respect. This Tang Yen greeted with a smiling face and was very humble, so Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. Tang Yen smiled and said, "Actually, in the door, a vermilion bird. I already saw Brother Yi take action. At that time, it really gave me a fright. To be able to fuse sword Dao law and spatial law to such a degree, this Tang has rarely seen it in my life." Yi Yuan said, "You're too kind. Brother Tang's strength is likely not as simple as it seems either, right?" Tang Yen smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, This Tang feels like I have some ability when I examine my own conscience, but compared to Brother Yi, it's far from it." Not afraid of Brother Yi laughing, this Tang was also BRIMING with confidence before coming. "But now, it's difficult to dismount a tiger after getting on its back. I'm an itinerant cultivator, without anyone to depend on. I wonder if I can follow Brother Yi? Being a follower is also good." Tang Yen said it euphemistically, but actually putting it bluntly, he wanted to find a backer. The fight now was no longer what he could take part in. Many itinerant cultivators were all harboring the idea of fists. Plussing in muddled waters before coming in. After all, true D powerhouses must be suppressed to celestial deity, realm 2. But now, everyone recovered their strength. These celestial deity realm powerhouses became awkward, could not leave if they wanted to, also could not enter if they wanted to. Although Yi Yuan was a celestial deity realm 2, right now, no one would regard him as a celestial deity realm. Tang Yen coming to find him, to be his backer, was quite normal. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yen with a scorching look, wanting to see something from his eyes. But Tang Yen had an honest look, his eyes very calm, unable to see anything at all. Ho-ho, the mystic realm at the back will likely be even more terrifying than this heaven-killing sword formation. This Yi even has difficulties protecting myself, let alone talk about protecting Brother Tang. Apologies, Yi Yuan said and cupped his fists. Musing for a moment, Yi Yuan still rejected it. He was not some rookie who just made his debut in the world. The logic of a man's heart was incomprehensible. He still understood it. Those who entered the immortal Grove world, which one did not do it for the treasures here. There were so many people on this trip who Yi Yuan could trust was also just a Lung Chilling. Even Gu Tianke, he would not be completely REA. Assured too. Now, a stranger requested to be brought along. How could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring him by his side? Actually, what Yi Yuan was most worried about was not Ji Kong these people. Making use of the Stellar War Banner was just for the sake of providing a cover. Yi Yuan could sufficiently deal with Ji Kong, and the rest by utilizing the power of Heavenly Tao. What Yi Yuan was really worried about was Empyrean powerhouses, the words that he said to Fang Tian, and the rest also stemmed from precisely this, saying that Yi Yuan was invincible in the immortal Grove world. That was limited as well. Right now, the immortal Grove world recovered quite a bit of primordial energy, but it was still a little too forceful to want to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. Once Empyrean powerhouses came to blows in the immortal Grove world, they might very likely fight until this small world fell to pieces. Although heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean too, he was not an ordinary Empyrean after all. He was much stronger than ordinary Empyreans. Who could guarantee that there were no Empyrean powerhouses who suppressed their realms and quietly sneaked inside? There was not the slightest flaw on this Tang Yan's body. But Yi Yuan felt that no flaw was the biggest flaw. When he scrutinized Tang Yan's performance was too calm. One had to know he exhibited the power of peak true D realm. A merely celestial deity realm would actually be completely indifferent. Of course, Yi Yuan did not deny if Tang Yan had a firm mind and remained unmoved. But he did not want to take the risk. Tang Yan let out a sigh and said, "It was this Tang who was impetuous. I hope that Brother Yi doesn't take offense. Farewell." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. At this time, light flashed and Ji Sun's figure appeared. Swaz. Plus virtually without pausing in the slightest, Ji Sun urged his movement technique to the limit, speeding towards the distance. Ji Sun only cleared 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him. Inside the array formation, the situation over this side. He saw it all. So he chose to flee straight away. Yi Yuan was long waiting for this moment. Laughing coldly, the Stellar War Banner in his hand activated once more. A terrifying stellar power suddenly erupted. SMAs. Plussing over towards Ji Sun. Bang! Ji Sun spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. but his figure swept away even faster. Yi Yuan, our enmity is irreconcilable. Far away came Ji Sun's angry roar. But his aura was very unstable. Clearly, he sustained heavy injuries. Everyone looked at this scene in terror, silent like cicadas in winter. An exalted eighth firmament, true Ji. Oh, D powerhouse, the lord of a city, ran away the moment he saw Yi Yuan. This situation was also unprecedented. Chapter 1875. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Chapter 1875. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. It's so quiet here. It's likely not a good place. Yi Yuan, be more careful. The surroundings were very quiet, making a foreboding premonition arise in Gu Tiank's heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This place is extremely heavy with yin energy. There are likely many evil abominations that come and go." In reality, Yi Yuan was not worried. Dustless told him that this place was called Azura Ghost Domain, the place where Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove reared ghosts. In this place, many powerful ghost Dao powerhouses were being raised. There might even be an Empyrean realm powerhouse existence. But with Dustless around, Yi Yuan was not worried at all. It had already been close to a month's time since coming out of the heaven-killing sword formation. Along the way, the few people saw quite a few dead bodies, but the three of them were safe and sound. All this was naturally thanks to Yi Yuan. To say that Gu Tianke did not have any ideas about the Stellar War banner, that was impossible. But the current Yi Yuan was already not the celestial deity, realm martial artist, who could be bullied by anyone. His combat strength approached ninth firmament true Ji. Oh, even if he had any ideas, Gu Tianke could only stifle it in his heart. The three of them gradually penetrated deep into the Azura ghost domain. Suddenly, a series of fierce fighting sounds came from in front, and they could not help becoming alert. Yang, Yidao, finish off these ghosts first. Otherwise, no one can think about getting the seven-colored Agarine. Ji Kong said with a furious roar. The world power in Yang Yidao's body erupted, and he was currently locked in a tangled warfare with a peak rank 6 ghost. These ghosts were all very hard to tangle with. Practically every one of them knew the ghost Dao 100 runes, their strength exceedingly formidable. Ji Kang's pressure was tremendous, dealing with several ghosts. The others also suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of a group of ghosts. One of the ghost Dao powerhouses among them roared angrily, "You all, these D-AM, and humans to actually dare, have designs on the seven-colored Agarine. You all deserve to die." The number of ghost Dao powerhouses were too many. The human situation was clearly disadvantageous. Hearing these people's conversation, a hint of glimmer flashed across Gu Tiang's eyes. Seven-colored Agarine. It's actually the seven-colored Agarine. Yi Yuan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Senior, what's seven-colored Agarine?" Gu Tianke looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "Yo, actually don't know about the seven-colored Agarine?" In his view, with Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai, how could he possibly not know about the seven-colored Agarine? Yi Yuan was taken aback, secretly thinking that it was not good. The reason why Gu Tianke was very courteous toward him was that he was wary of his ident. 1 Tai, he blurted out just now, but did not think about this. It likely made Gu Tianke produce a trace of suspicion already. Oh, I heard people mention it before in the past. But as for the specifics of what effects it has, I don't know. Yi Yuan said smilingly. A hint of suspicion flashed across Gu Tiang's eyes, but he still explained, seven-colored Agarine is a specialty product of the Heavenspan Mountain. Furthermore, it only appears in the Empyrean level area. However, this thing is too rare. One piece might not appear in a million years. If a true Ji, D-Realm can acquire a piece of 7-colored Agarine. Stepping into the realm of Empyrean will be right around the corner. This thing, even to Empyrean realm powerhouses, it's also immensely useful. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard it, able to let a true G, O, D break through to the Empyrean realm. It was not surprising that these people were crazy about it, clearly knew that they could not beat these ghost Dao powerhouses, but refused to retreat no matter what. Yi Yuan, this 7-colored Agarine, we must obtain it. A hint of fierce glint flashed across Gu Tiang's eyes. This was a Ma. S, Civ Open S, P, A, C. Behind the ghost Dao powerhouses, there was a deep dark cave. If there were no accidents, the 7-colored Agarine should be inside that cave. Swaz. H. Plus Gu Tiang's figure moved, speeding over toward that cave. This sudden turn of events naturally alarmed the group of powerhouses. Gu Tianke, you dare? Ji Kong howled. Gu Tianke, you deserve to die. Yang Yidao also roared angrily. Gu Tiang's actions made everyone extremely indignant. They fought fiercely for half a day, yet they did not expect that they actually let Gu Tianke find an opening. However, Gu Tiang's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he tunneled into that cave. The leader of the ghost Dao powerhouses shouted angrily, "Ghost Wind, you go in and kill him." The 7-colored Agarine absolutely can't allow others to take a share. Yes, that Ghost Wind received the order and also tunneled into the cave. The moment Ghost Wind left, the pressure on Ji Kang's side reduced significantly. Yi Yuan, this Lung Qiuling, also did not expect that Gu Tianke was so decisive and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. There was no idea what kind of existence inside that cave. She was rather worried about Gu Tiang's safety. Yi Yuan did not move and just said, "Wait and see first. Those people who concealed their strength will likely reveal their foxtails soon as well." Sure enough, the leader of the ghost Dao powerhouses suddenly howled loudly at this time and said, "Into formation. Eradicate all these people for me." Woo, woo. All of a sudden, Yin Wind howled, terrifying evil ghost power surged out. When Ji Kong and the others saw this scene, each and every one of them turned deathly pale. Those late-stage rank 6 ghost Dao powerhouses all fired out mysterious and unfathomable seals. A terrifying aura condensed and formed. The ghost Dao leader roared angrily. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, condense! Roar. An enormous ghost Dao powerhouse condensed and formed. The gloomy and cold aura coming off his body virtually made S. P. A. C becomes solid. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, his face white as a sheet as he cried out in shock, "Ghost Empyrean! Ji Ghost Dao Heavenly Empyrean!" The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean held a curved blade made out of no idea what kind of material. A pair of deep eyes swept past, bringing everyone a feeling of death. The Ghost Dao leader immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Ghost Empyrean, these people cast their covetous eyes on the 7-colored Agarine. Your Excellency, please take action to punies. H. Plus, those who covet the 7-colored Agarine die." The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean practically squeezed these few words out of his throat, incomparably ear-piercing. All of a sudden, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cleaved a blade out, the places that it pa s, said through S, P, A C fragmented. The violent spatial storm brought out a Ma, S, Civ Tempest Vortex. It was as if it was going to devour everything. The countenance of Ji Kong and the rest suddenly changed, figures retreating explosively. But while he was fast, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade was faster. This Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was a true Empyrean-level powerhouse, his strength terrifying to the extreme. But right at this time, two unbelievably powerful auras suddenly erupted among the human powerhouses. Two clouds of black energy rose to the sky. The power was actually not much weaker than the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Another two Empyrean powerhouses. Bang! Bang! Two streams of black energy fired out, directly class. H.I. plussing together with the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade. The immortal Grove World's S.P.A.C. was like paper shredding into pieces by these three powerful to the extreme attacks. A fiend race Empyrean powerhouse laughed strangely and said, Deity even thought that I could conceal my strength until Old Fart Immortal Grove's palace. Didn't expect that I was forced out here. The other fiend race Empyrean said, Old Fart Immortal Grove is indeed well-deserving of being a peerless powerhouse capable of contending with Lord Josham. Already dead until like this, and he can actually still summon out such a terrifying ghost Tao powerhouse. These two were actually both fiend races Empyrean powerhouses. The three powerful attacks gradually dissipated. S.P.A.C. recovered bit by bit. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, expression being ugly to the extreme. The thing that he was most worried about indeed still happened. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower, Empyrean Powerhouse. Escaping a calamity by a fluke, Jikong, and the rest were not the least bit happy. The unexpected appearance of fiend race Empyreans disrupted all of their plans. They thought that similarly Empyrean powerhouses, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's abode, should not have too great an attraction to Empyrean powerhouses. This place was dangerous, but the benefits obtained might not be a lot. This kind of thing was an arduous but fruitless task to Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, no one thought that there would be Empyrean powerhouses who enter. But now, two Empyrean powerhouses appeared all at once. When the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean saw these two mighty fiend race Empyrean powerhouses, he also had a solemn look on his face. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, is it? The seven-colored Agarine belongs to the two of us. You don't have objections anymore, right? The fiend race Empyrean said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a fierce howl and said, The seven-colored Agarine can only be possessed by heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's successor. If you all want it, you must kill me. The fiend race Empyrean laughed loudly and said, There's no choice then. Imond attack together and dispose of him. Two great fiend race Empyreans took a stride out. S.P.A.C. trembled from it. Bang, bang, bang. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was not the least bit afraid. Class H.I. plussing together with the two great Empyrean powerhouses. The exchange of Empyrean powerhouses fought until S.P.A.C. was reduced to fragments. Those weaker celestial deity powerhouses were directly buried in oblivion by the air billows that flowed out. How could Jikong and the rest still dare to remain in the vicinity, with each and every one running far away? Immortal Grove Worlds, S.P.A.C. was like shattered GLA. S. spreading further and further. The Immortal Grove World was plunged into an abyss of misery. Far away, Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. The Immortal Grove World's every blade of GRA. S, and every tree he could feel it clearly. In the current Immortal Grove world, mountains and rivers were crumbling, blood flowing like rivers. Countless lower realms were already disintegrated and torn by dissension in the midst of this great battle. I can't let them continue fighting anymore. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, took a step out, and stepped right into the battlefield. Three mighty Empyrean powerhouses spanning across in the middle. No one could enter that cave at all. This figure that suddenly appeared made everyone get a big surprise. Ji Kang's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan! Does this boy want to court death? Those are Empyrean powerhouses." Ha! An ant who's blind and reckless also wants to obtain the seven-colored agarine to go H-E-L-L. Iman gave a savage laugh and suddenly threw a punch out. A terrifying ball of black energy shattered the void and fired toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt like the end of the world had arrived. That horrifying power made his fleshy body fall apart. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Stellar War Banner, Divine Vestige S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan yelled out, injecting the power of Heavenly Tao frenziedly into the Stellar War Banner. At the same time, he opened up the Divine Vestige S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan's two eyes were icy cold, not carrying the slightest emotion. The power of the Stellar War Banner could virtually sweep across true G-O-D realms. But facing an Empyrean powerhouse, it was somewhat inadequate to look at. But Yi Yuan was simply a crawling bug in Iman's eyes. He did not pay attention to him at all. The majority of his focus was placed on Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. This punch did not use his full strength. Bang! The black energy broke through the Stellar War Banner. The residual force slammed completely onto the Divine Vestige S.P.A.C. Those countless blue patterns directly fell apart to pieces. Yi Yuan's figure was also blasted out of the Divine Vestige S.P.A.C. by this punch. Pork! Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly, but he did not hesitate. With another flash, he flew straight into the cave. Emen, a celestial deity realm boy, received a punch of mine, and he actually didn't die. Iman said in shock. Not just him, Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. Although Iman was not serious with this attack, if it were them, they would definitely be blasted into dregs. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully blocked it. Not only did he block it, he even had leftover strength to barge into the cave. They discovered that ever since entering this mystic realm, Yi Yuan refreshed their understanding time and again. From a third firmament celestial deity that was weaker until he could not be weaker, to killing Zhuohan, then to humiliating Su Xing, then to forcefully resisting 3 peak third firmament powerhouses. Now, he could actually even block an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. It was simply inconceivable. Qiao Yuan, Iman, you two fools, why haven't you quickly chased after? This boy's strength rivals 9th firmament true G-O-D, the people inside aren't his match. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly bellowed wildly at the 2 great fiend race Empyreans. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed. Looking over at that person, he frowned and said, "You know me?" That person had an indignant appearance and said in a great rage, "Your father is Devil Feather. Stop being long-winded. Hurry up and go chase. When you see that boy, kill without amnesty." This person was none other than precisely Ji Sun, who was seriously injured by Yi Yuan and escaped. Qiao Yuan's and Iman's pupils constricted at the same time, and they came to a realization very soon. Empyrean Devil Feather, that was an old subordinate of Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Back then, he was sent by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang to pursue Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, but he never came back. They did not expect that he actually did not die yet. The two of them did not doubt Devil Feather's words. To be able to say out the two of their names, and even say the name Devil Feather, this was not what anyone could do. The two exchanged a glance, and Qiao Yuan said, "Chase." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean also gave a loud roar, raised his blade, and chased after, saying, "Where are you running?" 3 great Empyrean powerhouses all chased into the cave. The catastrophe of the Immortal Grove world finally stopped for the time being. S.P.A.C. slowly started to recover. Everything also returned to tranquility. But at this time, all the people inside the law enforcement hall were white as a sheet. In front of this kind of apocalyptic power, their strength was fragile like ants. Facing this kind of apocalyptic crisis, they were so feeble and powerless. What they could only do was wait quietly. This calamity, wonder if the immortal Grove world can pull through or not, Fong Tian said with a pale expression. Sensing that horrifying undulation stop, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Poor Yi Yuan's fresh blood spewed mouthful after mouthful. His injuries were extremely severe. Although the divine vestige, S.P.A.C. was powerful, facing existences like Empyrean powerhouses, it was still unbelievably fragile. My strength is still too weak. That D.A.M. North Old Fart Immortal Grove, what the H.E.L.I. do you want to do? Yi Yuan roared. Inside his sea of consciousness, Dustless was silent. He knew about Yi Yuan's feelings toward the immortal Grove world. This place had his kin, and was also the place where he grew up. He could not possibly watch these people die, unfeelingly watch this world crumble. Therefore, his fury toward heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove also reached the limit. Heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove clearly had the power to suppress Empyreans. But after arriving here, he did not suppress anymore. Once the power of an Empyrean was unleashed, that was truly destroying heaven and earth. Facing Empyreans with Yi Yuan's current strength, it truly felt powerless. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yi Yuan was denouncing angrily, intense fighting sounds came from in front. Suddenly, his eyes saw light. Sieve karst cavern appeared before his eyes. Inside the karst cavern, iridescent rays of light blossomed. It was unbelievably beautiful. Chapter 1877, Innumerable Ghost Shadows. Chapter 1877, Innumerable Ghost Shadows. D.A.M. N Yud. A.M. N thing. Get lost for your father. Inside the karst cavern came Gu Tiank's roars. Gu Tianke and Ghost Wind, two people, were currently fighting fiercely without rest inside the cave. Gu Tiank's strength was a notch higher, but wanting to finish off Ghost Wind within a short time was also not an easy thing. On a stone platform in the depths of the karst cavern, a fist-sized seven-colored rock was placed quietly there. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, guessing that it should be the seven-colored agarine. Even separated so far away, Yi Yuan could also feel the tremendous energy contained inside it. It even made the injuries on his body instantly become much better. This is the seven-colored agarine. Indeed, mystical. No wonder even Empyrean powerhouses are moved, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. While talking, waves of powerful undulations came from behind. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and the Fiend Race Empyreans already chased after. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan took a stride out and arrived on top of the stone platform. The seven-colored agarine is mine. Below came Gu Tiank's roar. Yi Yuan totally ignored him, reaching his hand out and grabbing at the seven-colored agarine. Ghost Wind laughed savagely and said, "Blind and reckless thing. A measly celestial deity realm also wants to encroach upon the seven-colored agarine." He knew that stone platform was not a good place that could let people take away the seven-colored agarine at will. Woo, woo. Yi Yuan's hand had not touched the seven-colored agarine yet, and a cold to the extreme aura already came over. Countless ghosts howled and screamed, Das, H.I., plussing out of the stone platform, and pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. These evil ghosts all had incomparably powerful auras. Even if a true G.O.S. Oh, D-Realm Powerhouse was here. They would also be torn to pieces. This tiny stone platform was actually a place that hid ghosts. When Gu Tianke saw this scene, his complexion turned deathly pale too. Even if Ghost Wind did not chase after, if he went to take the seven-colored Agarine rashly, his outcome would likely not be much better too. Fortunately now, there was Yi Yuan luring out these fierce ghosts. Ha ha! The seven-colored Agarine is mine. Right at this time, Gu Tianke suddenly erupted, forcing Ghost Wind back several steps, following which his figure was like lightning pouncing over toward the seven-colored Agarine. Ghost Wind got a big shock, but it was already too late to want to go and intercept. But right at this time, a terrifying soul vortex erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The shrill screams emitted by those fierce ghosts were as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster, avoiding him as if he was a plague. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and directly grabbing the seven-colored Agarine in his hand. Those fierce ghosts did not dare to approach Yi Yuan, but took Gu Tianke to be the target to vent, pouncing over toward him frenziedly. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus right at this time, 3 extremely powerful auras barged into the karst cavern. They were precisely the 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Ha ha, kid, see where you're going to run still. Xiao Yuan said with a mocking look. Didn't expect that a celestial deity, realm brat, could actually block a punch from your father. Truly impressive. However, it also ends here. Hand over the seven-colored Agarine. Ayman said with a cold smile. This karst cavern only had one exit. Right now, the exit was thoroughly blocked off by 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. There was no way out at all. The other powerhouses also followed inside, but hid far away, not daring to come over at all. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's gaze also locked onto Yi Yuan firmly and said furiously, Kid, put down the seven-colored Agarine. Yi Yuan's gaze glinted, and he suddenly smiled and said to the 2 great Empyrean powerhouses, When did I say that I was going to run? Xiao Yuan was taken aback and said with a cold smile, Best that you don't run. Looks like you've resigned yourself to date. Hand over the seven-colored Agarine. Then, and this Empyrean can spare you from death. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said with a big laugh, You fiends, each and every one of you are dumb like pigs to actually take others to be as silly as you all? Spare me from death? This kind of trick, even 3-year-old kids won't believe either, right? Xiao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you're very good. This Empyrean will refine you into a fiend slave and imprison your divine soul for 100,000 years. Yi Yuan ignored him, but he said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, You come over. The seven-colored Agarine, I'll only hand over to you. Furthermore, I can help you chase away these 2 fools. The moment Xiao Yuan duo heard this, they laughed wildly without ceasing. Ha ha ha. Boy, your joke is really very hilarious. I'm almost laughing myself into fits. Xiao Yuan said with a big laugh. Forget about them. Even Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean himself also did not take Yi Yuan's words seriously at all. But Yi Yuan saying to hand the seven-colored Agarine over to him still moved him. It was only to see his figure moved, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. An extremely gloomy and cold aura came over, nearly freezing Yi Yuan into a corpse. The severity of a ghost Empyrean's aura. Ordinary powerhouses were not able to withstand it at all. Brat, hand over the seven-colored Agarine, then. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said. Wild Blade, still remember this old man. A voice transmitted right into Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's sea of consciousness, making his entire body shudder. Your Lord Dustless? Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean replied. Dustless laughed and said, Ho, it's precisely this old man. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's body trembled violently. This aura, he was too familiar. Who could it be if not Dustless? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, rearing ghost Tao powerhouses. What did he use to raise? Of course, it was the soul-suppressing pearl. This divine, soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was not what ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures could compare to. One could say that the ghost Tao powerhouses here were all trained by Dustless single-handedly. That's great. Your Excellency, you're all right. It's really great. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was extremely agitated. Ho, now isn't the time to catch up. I'll possess your body and teach those two fiend race Empyreans a little lesson, Dustless said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all, saying with a nod, Okay. With Lord Dustless taking action, those 2D, N things will definitely die very horribly. Suddenly, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's eyes suddenly snapped open, the imposing momentum on his body suddenly changing. Xiao Yuan and Iman's faces changed, secretly thinking that things were not good. They did not stop Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, just now because no matter whose hands the seven-colored Agarine was in, the two of them could not avoid a fight with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. As long as they blocked the exit and did not let them go out, it would do. Fighting 2 versus 1, the two of their chances of victory were very high. As for Yi Yuan saying that he could let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean defeat them, they only took it to be a joke. But now they had a trace of foreboding premonition in their hearts. Iman, attack. Xiao Yuan shouted fiercely, Russ. Plussing together with Iman, pincer attacking Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a cold laugh and said with a furious roar, Ghost Tao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows, dark extermination, Ghost Blade. In an instant, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean transformed into countless incarnations. Each one's aura was incomparably powerful. Xiao Yuan's and Iman's expressions changed suddenly, urging the fiend essence within their bodies to the limit. Bang! 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 Countless blade images landed frenziedly, turning into an airtight blade net, slicing the entire SPAC into fragments. Xiao Yuan and Iman wailed miserably, with their figures flying out backward. The fiend energy on their bodies immediately decreased significantly. Xiao Yuan struggled to crawl to his feet. Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, how can it be like this? Chapter 1878, Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. Chapter 1878, Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. What a powerful attack. It's simply impeccable. Why did this Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean suddenly become so strong? This is the 81st rune of the Ghost Tao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. He actually cultivated to such a boundary already. No, wait, he definitely didn't have this strength previously. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in their ears. He said that he could help Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean chase these two mighty fiend race Empyreans away. Just now, they were the same as the two great Empyreans, taking it to be a joke. They did not expect that in a blink of an eye, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean really brought down these two mighty fiend Empyreans with one blade. Yi Yuan looked at that rapidly shrinking SPAC, letting out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This blade arrived quickly and also left quickly, not like the great battle previously. The ripping of SPAC was continuous, and the destructive power was also completely different. Previously, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's fight with the two great Empyreans, he did not have the chance to approach Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean at all. He could only enter the cave to draw their attention. Yi Yuan looked at the two great fiend Empyreans and said coolly, Now, is it still a joke or not? Qiao Yuan's expression was very ugly. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse was actually made a mockery of by a celestial deity realm. However, what on earth did this boy do to actually make Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength increase greatly? Ghost Dao 100 runes, 81st rune. That was a ghost Dao that even Empyrean powerhouses found hard to comprehend. And Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually used it. Kid, don't you be impudent. The victor hasn't been decided yet. I'm and attack together. Qiao Yuan gave a fierce cry, fiendish energy immediately surging on his body. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said coldly, "You guys really want to go to the point of no return for a 7-colored Agarine?" Qiao Yuan sneered and said, "So what?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "I don't care, but Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's real treasures should be inside that palace. But if you guys want to really fight it out with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, the Immortal Grove world will likely fall apart to pieces. At that time, that palace will drift into spatial turbulent flows, and you guys can forget about finding it again." The moment Qiao Yuan heard, the imposing momentum on his body immediately diminished significantly. What Yi Yuan said was right. They already sensed that the Immortal Grove world could not withstand Empyrean-level battles at all. Once they fought it out to the bitter end, the entire world would collapse, and that palace would definitely crash into a spatial turbulent flow. Wanting to enter the palace at that time would be virtually impossible. However, Qiao Yuan still did not give up and said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, "Wild Blade, this kid said to give you the 7-colored Agarine, but he didn't give it to you. Could it be that you're going to stomach this insult?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "I hit it off very well with this little brother. That 7-colored Agarine, I'll give it to this little brother." "What?" Qiao Yuan's eyes went wide, disbelief written all over his face. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean fought with them for the greater part of a day for the 7-colored Agarine. Now, he actually gave the 7-colored Agarine to Yi Yuan. The others similarly had astonished looks, feeling that this scene in front of them was seriously too subverting. One had to know they had a BLOOD battle with those ghost Dao powerhouses for a long time for the 7-colored Agarine. Now, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually made the decision and gave the 7-colored Agarine to Yi Yuan. This made people too peeved. Of course, what they had even more was envy. That was a 7-colored Agarine. Giving a celestial deity realm powerhouse to use was simply a wanton waste of D's good gifts. This thing was something that could let Empyrean powerhouses advance. Just nice. I was called out by them from the Senro Ghost realm and can still stay for a few days. I'll follow along with little friend Yi Yuan then. Just as everyone was unbelievably surprised, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean threw out another heavyweight bomb. Qiao Yuan's face turned black and nearly had an impulse to curse and swear. This guy could be off doing anything, but he just had to be Yi Yuan's bodyguard. He was originally still planning on finesse. Plussing Yi Yuan off along the way. Now, nothing could be done. No one would have thought that a great struggle for the 7-colored Agarine would actually conclude like this. The group of true D realms fought fiercely for more than 10 days. In the end, even Empyrean powerhouses took action. But an body obtained the 7-colored Agarine in the end, and instead let Yi Yuan, this celestial deity realm, get it. Helpless, the party could only rest their hopes on that palace. 3 great Empyreans blazing the trail, there naturally would not be much danger on the way. Very soon, the group of people arrived on that tallest mountain peak. Only after arriving before it did everyone feel the majesty and magnificence of this palace. But Yi Yuan's gaze landed on a young man by his side. That person seemed to have noticed Yi Yuan too and flashed a friendly smile at Yi Yuan, saying, "Brother Yi, we meet again. You're really impressive to actually be able to S. And ATCH the seven-colored agarine from the hands of a group of Empyrean powerhouses." This person was none other than precisely Tang Yen. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Tang Yen who concealed his abilities actually walked all the way here. One had to know, previously in the Azura Ghost domain, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who challenged the heaven-killing sword formation had pretty much all fallen, especially those itinerant cultivators without backers. The casualties were even terrifyingly huge. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yen actually pulled through. "Hoo-hoo, Brother Tang indeed keeps your ability hidden deeply. This Yi admires." Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yuan touched his own heart and felt that he was rather accurate at reading people. But this Tang Yen he could not see through. Tang Yen smiled and said, "What ability do I have to hide? It was merely hiding from place to place and barely managing to walk until here. That's all." Even so, this Tang also narrowly escaped death several times. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Tang is modest." Finally arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's lair. Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. That thing should be hidden in here, right? Xiao Yuan chuckled and was about to step into the great hall. He was brave, stemming from great ability, and was also not afraid of whatever contingency Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up. "Hold on!" Ji Sun suddenly shouted. Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Emen, what's wrong? Old fogey Devil Feather." Empyrean Devil Feather could not even take care of a true Ji. Oh, D-Realm right now. How could Xiao Yuan take him seriously? Jiu Shang said in a solemn voice. "Lord Jiu Shang sent you two pigs here. Isn't he afraid of spoiling the important affair?" Xiao Yuan snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Devil Feather, stop putting on stinky airs in front of your father. If you're formidable, why would you be suppressed by Old Fart Immortal Grove for 5 million years?" Ji Sun's face turned black and was practically about to rampage. But he was currently a tiger who had ended up in an open plain, so how could he be Xiao Yuan's match? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, "Okay then, if you want to seek death, go in then." Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed, and he calmed down instead. Suddenly, his gaze swept and landed on a third firmament true Ji. "Oh, D, you go in first," Xiao Yuan said in a cold voice. That third firmament true Ji. Oh, D's face changed, but hesitated. Xiao Yuan said in a cold voice, "If you're not going, die." As he said, powerful fiend essence burst forth, Cruce. I, plussing that third firmament true Ji. Oh, D until he could not catch his breath. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Bang! Xiao Yuan did not give him time to hesitate at all, suddenly slamming a fist out, immediately blasting him into dregs. Then his gaze landed on another true Ji, D-Realm, and said, "You go in." The moment that person heard, his face was immediately ashen. But at this time, it was not allowed for him to refuse at all. Carrying FL. U.S. tiered emotions, he walked towards the main entrance of the palace. Buzz, buzz. Bang! A horrifying energy undulation landed. That true G. D Powerhouse did not even let out a scream. He directly turned to ashes. Chapter 1879. Eradicate him, for me. Chapter 1879. Eradicate him, for me. The group of powerhouses all had slightly fearful expressions. This immortal grove, Heavenly Palace's restrictions were too powerful. Xiao Yuan's face changed. He then pointed at another true G, D Powerhouse, and said, "You go." But this time, he pointed at Yang Yidao. The moment Yang Yidao heard, his face immediately turned pale, and he stammered, "El Lord Empyrean, haven't we already tested it?" Qiao Yuan snickered and said, "Not testing more. How will this Empyrean know where the weak point of this restriction is?" One sentence, and everyone felt imperiled. Ji Kong, Swapan, and the rest of the true Ji, D-realm top powerhouses, all had very ugly faces. The fox mourning the death of a rabbit was pretty much like this. Yang Yidao was aware that there was no chance to be spared. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a flash. He understood that, at this time, there was only Yi Yuan who could save him. "El little brother, Yi Yuan, I beg you, save me." Yi Yuan was also rendered dumbfounded by this sudden change. An exalted ninth firmament, true Ji, D powerhouse, actually knelt in front of him. When the other true Ji, D powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help giving rise to the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. At this time, the celestial deity realm martial artists whose numbers were not many felt very safe instead. Because even if they went, they could not probe anything out at all. When Qiao Yuan saw this scene, he immediately laughed. "Hoo, if you'd long known that it would be this way, why behave like that back then?" He obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure based on his own ability. You guys insisted on abusing your power to bully people. Now, you're in a crisis and turned around to beg him. Is it that you guys will sell him again after this round? Yi Yuan brat, let me remind you, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean can't stay for more than a few days here. Qiao Yuan had a smile on his face, seemingly not worried at all that Yi Yuan would help Yang Yidao. Along the way, they concealed their strength, taking Yi Yuan's conflict with these people into their sights. At this time, Yang Yidao's intestines were green with regret. Smack, smack, smack. Yang Yidao slapped himself ruthlessly and cried bitterly, "Yi Yuan, I made a huge mistake. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by obsession and covet your Empyrean spirit treasure. But in the end, we're all humans. Are you going to silently watch everyone die in the hands of the fiend race?" Yeah, Yi Yuan, at this time, we should be bound by a common hatred for the enemy and deal with the fiend race together first. Everyone is human compatriots. You can't stand by and watch us die. The moment they heard Yang Yidao's words, these true Ji, D powerhouses all voiced their vocal support, wanting to hold Yi Yuan ransom to ethical principles. Yi Yuan was originally somewhat stirred, but when Yang Yidao said, until the second half of his sentence, Yi Yuan became enraged. Enough! Yi Yuan gave a furious roar, interrupting their words. Everyone's faces changed. They all saw through that Yi Yuan was angered. "Yang Yidao, if you're scared of death yourself, then be scared of death yourself." Deliberately dragging everyone in. Are you bullying me for being soft-hearted? Or is it that you feel that I'm young, easy to hoodwink? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Yidao and said with a cold smile. Yang Yidao's face was ashen. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so sharp. His bit of trick was seen through by Yi Yuan. He was secretly shocked. How could 1,000-over-years-old little fellow have such profound cunningness? This old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, could not play any tricks. Also, you guys know that you're humans now, know that there are compatriots now, and want to fight the enemy with a common hatred? What the H-E-L I have you been doing? When the two of them were dealing with me inside the cavern, did one of you come forward? Previously, when Ji Kong they all were taking advantage of their power to bull people, did any one of you step forward to step up for me? Now, know how to be scared. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping over each person's face. The places at Pa-S, said through, those true G, deep powerhouses all lowered their heads. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly. These people posed as people of high morals but were self-centered, saying whatever human race's righteousness was merely holding you ransom to ethical principles. What Xiao Yuan said was right, even if he helped these people pass this hurdle. Once Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean disappeared, they would recover to their original faces very quickly. Ha ha ha. Boy, I really underestimated you. Looks like you see things even more thoroughly than I do. Xiao Yuan laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan suddenly reined in his expression and said coolly, I know that there are definitely Empyrean powerhouses among the humans too, but I really admire your tolerance to actually be able to endure until now. Hoo-hoo, thinking of sitting things out and reaping the spoils later? Yi Yuan's words made Xiao Yuan's face change. They naturally also suspected that the humans had Empyrean powerhouses around too, but even the seven-colored Agarine appeared, and the human Empyreans did not show face. They thought that there were none. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually suspected that the humans had Empyreans too. Yi Yuan swept his glance over and said with a faint smile, all not making a sound, huh? All treating me as a sucker, making me fight to the death with the fiend race Empyreans. Is it? Sorry, you guys want to dodge, but I won't let you do as you Wisconsin H. Plus Senior Wild Blade, give them a chop, force out our Lord Empyreans for me. The moment Xiao Yuan heard, he could not help laughing loudly and said, ha ha ha, boy, you're indeed ruthless enough. A great character. But the faces of Ji Kong and the rest changed and said, Yi Yuan, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, don't blame me. Want to blame the Lord Empyreans. Senior, do it. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean nodded slightly, evil ghostly power suddenly erupting. Those human powerhouses were all ashen in front of Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. They did not have the strength to retaliate at all. There was no difference from lambs awaiting slaughter. The blade rising, the terrifying aura raged. Whoosh! Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate in the slightest and really chopped a blade over. The faces of the human powerhouses all abruptly changed. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with them. But right at this time, two powerful auras suddenly erupted, meeting this blade. Bang! The blade momentum dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. Two auras that were not weaker than the fiend race Empyreans appeared in the midst of the human camp. The faces of the powerhouses around them suddenly changed, backing away one after another. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, looking at one of the figures, and exclaimed, Lord Zhao Min, you're here too? Zhao Min looked at Ji Kang and said with a cold snort, Humph! Vast heaven great imperial capital's face is totally lost by you all. Ji Kang had a look of embarrass, as smelt, being suppressed by a celestial deity realm boy along the way. This was simply a great stinging insult in his life. But he had no choice. Putting aside that he had peaked true G, D strength, he even had an Empyrean powerhouse protecting. The other Empyrean powerhouse said, Ha ha, Zhao Min, you might not fare better than how Ji Kang did too. This boy isn't simple. Enough C-R-A-P. Du Hong, this is my vast heaven great imperial capital's affair. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Min said unhappily. Finished talking. Zhao Min looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Boy, you're very gutsy to actually dare oppose my vast heaven great imperial capital. The consequence isn't what you can bear. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, Are you threatening me? Senior Wild Blade, eradicate him for me. Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yen. Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yen Bang. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all. Innumerable ghost shadows was executed once more, directly bombarding a blade over. One blade directly blasted Zhao Min flying. Cough, cough. Zhao Ming was struck by the blade and already sustained serious injuries, coughing vigorously. Wild blade ghost Empyrean's innumerable ghost shadows. Even Qiao Yuan and Iman joining hands was not a match for it. So how could a measly Zhao Min alone possibly block it? Ha ha ha. Zhao Min, is your brain spoiled? Didn't even figure out the situation. And you dare to threaten Yi Yuan? When Qiao Yuan saw the situation, he could not resist laughing loudly. The two of them fiend race mighty Empyreans did not even dare to attack Wild Blade after joining hands. Zhao Min, alone and without backing, actually dared to use vast heaven great imperial capital to coerce Yi Yuan. Did he really take Yi Yuan to be a soft persimmon? When those true deep powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their hearts leaped to their throats. That was an Empyrean powerhouse, and yet Yi Yuan sent him packing with one word. It was also that the SPAC here was not stable enough. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would likely deal a fatal blow. But this attack already gave Zhao Ming a serious injury too. Zhao Min crawled to his feet, his expression ugly to the extreme. No idea whether was it because he got injured, or was it because it was humiliating? Those who came here are all aiming for the treasures. You used vast heaven great imperial capital to threaten me? I think that you really didn't bring your brain out when you left the house. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. See, consider yourself ruthless. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and stopped talking. Under this situation right now, the most domineering one was not the few mighty Empyrean powerhouses, but Yi Yuan, this puny little celestial deity realm. This was because Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength far surpa. Said the other Empyreans. And Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean obeyed Yi Yuan's every command. Zhao Min, this major faction's Empyrean powerhouse, was insufferably arrogant because he was used to playing the tyrant. Because of Yi Yuan's conflict with Ji Kong, Su Xing, and the rest, he felt that it provoked vast heaven great imperial capital's face. That was why he blurted out those words. Except he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, making a move at a word of disagreement. Yi Yuan's words and actions were not like a junior's at all, but a fierce and ambitious person who ruled a region. Since these two cowardly turtles came out too, then we can discuss how to enter the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, right? These words, Qiao Yuan said them to Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Yi Yuan said coolly, how to go in is your business. If you have the ability, go in to seize the treasures. If you don't have the ability, keep watch outside. Senior Wild Blade, let's go. Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and entered inside the restriction with a stride. Qiao Yuan's pupils constricted. This brat's guts were also too plucky to actually go in just like this. Wasn't he scared of death? Humph! Blind and reckless thing. When Zhao Min saw the situation, he said with a cold snort. At the same time, he cursed nonstop in his heart, cursing for Yi Yuan to be directly exterminated by the restriction. However, he was disappointed. After Yi Yuan walked into the restriction did not have any reaction at all. It was only to see him SHI plus FT positions, directly arriving outside the palace's front door. Creak. The door was lightly pushed open by Yi Yuan. Qiao Yuan's face changed, and he said with a furious roar, turns out that this kid knows restrictions. And it. Can't let this boy go in. Otherwise, the treasures inside will be swept clean by him alone. Zhao Min also said, anxiously. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, you guys take your time. No rush. I'll go in to explore the way first. Done talking, he stepped right into the immortal grove, heavenly palace. What to do here? Old Fart Immortal Grove's restrictions are extremely formidable. Based on our strength, forcefully barging won't work at all. Iman said anxiously. The others also had looks of despair. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, everyone would be played by Yi Yuan. When everyone was at a loss on what to do, he swaggered his way in. Everyone, I think that I can bring you all in. Just as everyone lost all hope, a voice sounded out like heavenly music. Looking over to where the voice was, everyone discovered that it was actually a celestial deity, realm young man. You're sure that you can? Zhao Min used doubting eyes to look at him. The young man smiled brightly and said, I can go ahead first. Everyone exchanged glances. Qiao Yuan said in a solemn voice, Okay, you go. The young man slowly walked out, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, and really made a round trip, except his speed of clearing the restriction was much slower compared to Yi Yuan. When everyone saw the situation, they immediately revealed wildly ecstatic looks. No one would have expected that this celestial deity realm young man could actually crack such a profound restriction. Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with pleasant surprise, What's your name called? The young man smiled and said, Tang Yen. This young man was none other than precisely Tang Yen. Even Yi Yuan also did not think that apart from him, this place actually still had someone capable of Pa-S sing through the restriction. Ha ha, truly, heaven didn't fail me. Quickly, you lead the way. Qiao Yuan said impatiently, but Tang Yen smiled and said, Senior, don't be anxious. Tang Yen don't have other abilities, but have done some research on restrictions. However, this junior has a presumptuous request. Qiao Yuan's face changed, but he recovered back to normal very quickly, and said smilingly, Speak. At this time, if Tang Yen did not raise any requests, it would be abnormal instead. Tang Yen smiled and said, Seniors have to do everything in your power to ensure my safety after entering this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. I hope that everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's attainments, there is still no idea what kind of restriction exists inside. Ensuring my safety, seniors will only earn and not lose out. By now, this junior already has no other requests and only asks to be able to go out safely. The few mighty Empyrean powerhouses exchanged glances, agreeing to Tang Yan's request very quickly. Just as Tang Yan said, heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's restrictions were too terrifying. This place was heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's lair. What kind of restrictions were inside was still not known. With Tang Yan around, it was indeed a pretty good choice. After swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Tang Yan started to bring everyone into the immortal grove, heavenly palace. After entering the heavenly palace, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said with a cold laugh, Ha! How would those fools have thought that young master is Lord Immortal Grove's successor? With this, they can only wait blankly outside. Yi Yuan said with a smile, That might not be so. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, Young master, what does this mean? Yi Yuan said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, laying down such a big setup. It was in order to lure these people in. Now that they already arrived at the gate, how can they possibly be turned away at the gate? Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, What in the world does Lord Immortal Grove want to do? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, That can only ask him to know. Either way, it's definitely not some good thing to the Immortal Grove world. Amen. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, sensing a wave of undulation in the purple extreme hall. His thoughts stirred, and little Tong appeared hugging the pink treasure pig. Snort, snort. Treasure Pig grunted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Okay, we'll follow you." Little Tom let his hand go. Treasure Pig immediately scurried into the depths of the great hall like lightning.